Mayor Furman?
We're good. And just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Good evening, Silverton. Good evening, trustees. It's an honor to be here in person with you all. Good evening, staff, members of the public. Tonight, we're beginning with a work session with respect to housing. And I'm calling to order this work session. It's 6:04 p.m. Clerk, please, roll call, please.
Trustee Barella. Here. Trustee Harper.
Here.
Trustee Wager.
Here.
Trustee Dearmo.
Here.
Trustee George.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney. Here. Mayor Furman.
Here. So this is a hybrid in-person virtual format. Hopefully everybody tuning in on YouTube and Zoom can hear us clearly. If not, please send a message through the chat. To the trustees, staff, members of the public in the room, I imagine that the microphones we're talking into are going to pick up sidebars pretty easily. So for clarity for everyone listening, if we can only have one person talking, that would be awesome. And with that, Administrator Edwards, if you'd like to go ahead and lead the work session, that would be wonderful.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Furman, trustees. And thank you for those who had sent stuff and suggested ideas. Again, this work session is to discuss housing, which is a hot topic and an important topic for the community at this time. In regards to the agenda, I put this together and it's a start. Is there anybody that would like any additions to the agenda at this time or any suggestions to additions other than what we have? I realize that we're just starting now, and if the trustees or Mayor Furman, you want to add something as we go along, it may be there's so much in here that you want to put something, but so let's go ahead and get started. The first, and it's number 3 on the work session, was land-based solutions. I have purchasing property and see the Department of Housing application documentation in the housing folder. I don't think it's as important to go too much detail into that right now. That's the information, but I do want to talk about the idea of purchasing property. The housing that we have now, whether it be ownership housing in the community or the housing that's out at Anvil Mountain, those were all purchased. That was the property was purchased, as well as all the affordable housing ownership builds were purchased and then put together. And so when we talk about housing solution, if we want to go into ownership and promote ownership and other types of housing opportunities as well, that is probably one of the primary ways to do so, is to get into ownership. I realize that property is pretty expensive right now, and that may concern people. I've talked to the Department of Housing representatives, and they've indicated, one in particular has indicated that probably we could get a 5-to-1 to 10-to-1 match to purchase property for affordable housing. That as long as we fulfill that housing effort within the criteria they have, that the whatever the 5-to-1 or 10-to-1, and I say 10-to-1, somewhere between 5-to-1 to 10-to-1s. We put in $1, they put in 5 or higher. That would be forgiven over time. And if we did an ownership program, those monies could come back into what could be established as a long-term housing fund of some sort. So that's what the Department of Housing and the trustees and the board needs to decide, not necessarily right now, but if they want the town staff to look at putting that type of application together to try to leverage money and to obtain some property in town. And it would be a larger piece of property. There are questions about land acquisition in that context, or the Department of Housing context.
Can I just oh, wait, how does this work?
Let's go ahead and start with raising hands.
Yeah.
Once we have a nice rhythm going, maybe we can start foregoing that. But for now, let's do it the same way we did on Zoom.
Okay.
So, Mayor Pro Tem Barney and then Trustee Barella, please.
Anthony, just to clarify, you said in the case that we wanted to look into land acquisition, that there's a direction to staff to apply for that? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the staff wouldn't be engaging in any sort of land acquisition unless the trustees, the board, authorized a certain
Yeah.
amount that we could, out of our general fund, right? Which we can talk about those monies when we get later in the meeting, but to use and how much we could utilize to go explore that type of effort. We would also need to set probably a committee to work with the town attorney, the current or the future, to identify contract, go into some sort of contract. They'd like to see, the State Department of Housing would like to see an actual piece of property that we're going for before they commit any funds and know that we're doing our due diligence, which we'd want to do anyway. But it is not, we're not capable, meaning staff is not capable of working on land acquisition without the board identifying that they want to do that, as well as how much money they would want to provide or authorize to go in and write an authorization for a grant match. Does that make sense?
Great, thanks.
Trustee Barella.
Mine was about the document. What is the purpose of that blank? Gosh, dang it, I closed it again.
This document, Trustee Barrow.
It was inside the work. Said the housing thing. It has no numbers, no nothing in it.
Oh, that's just the type of information you'd fill out. That's why that was.
Okay.
Somebody else asked that. That's a good question. I should have got that. That's a good question. That information was provided so the trustees and the community, by the way, can see all of this. I thought that it was important that we keep everything transparent of what we're talking about and with all of these folders.
I'm curious how the process works. Real estate's moving pretty quickly right now, and the town isn't necessarily agile in being able to get a property under contract and then work throughout like a normal diligence period to get the funding match and everything else done. So in addition to needing a pretty friendly seller, how do we be marketable or competitive as a town?
I think there's some things that we can offer an individual, depending on who it is. It could be if they're willing to take some time, because it would take probably 3 months from beginning to end. But that we can provide them with tax benefits, maybe some other things that they wouldn't normally have with the regular sale.
Trustee Barella.
So we have a very large piece of land that will be able to be reutilized by the town of Silverton. We had discussions about this previously because we have to create a mechanical plant down at the sewer ponds, and then all of the liners and everything up at the aerated plants would be able to be removed. So the talk was a couple of years ago of whether or not that would be good to be utilized as something. Obviously, you've got, I mean, if we have to go through Brownsfield or something like that, we obviously could, because we're taking it back and we're reclaiming it. Now, that is a longer term solution rather than an immediate solution, but the town of Silverton already has that property. So is that anything anybody has even looked at again as a proposal on what to do with that property once the mechanical plant goes in?
So no, and my understanding is that a mechanical plant, not at this time. I mean, if that's where you would like staff to explore, I think that that would be one area to explore. My understanding is a mechanical plant probably is not not in the works for another decade based upon the cost, but I would need to get back with director sites and maybe even look at some creative solutions to that type of option.
Okay, so we're legally obligated by the EPA to have it done by 2027, just to put that in everybody's mind. And that's been on the books for since I got on in 2018. So this is something that we've looked at, and it was part of the larger discussion that we had that day with the guy from the USDA and the Brownsfield workshop. That's when this all originally had come up as a utilization potentially for that property, just so everybody knows. And I'm sure you can go back and find it, Anthony. I'm sure you remember the conversation as well.
Yeah, and I do. I don't remember the date of 2027, but thanks for bringing that tonight.
Yeah, so this is something we need to be working diligently.
Last year that we had that talk when we were,
When did we have that Brownsfield meeting?
which one? I'm sorry.
The big one that we did at Kendall?
It was actually, that makes sense now. That would have been 2019. So
Okay.
you're talking about a decade.
Yeah.
That's 8 years. That sounds right.
Yep. So that's, like I said, that's a little bit longer term goal, but that is property that could position the town. And we had already, like I said, discussed it at a Brownsfield meeting because of potential having to need a small amount of cleanup based on the fact that it used to be sewer plants. You were there. I don't know if.
Yeah, and I'll work on that, both short-term while I'm here as well as on the other side of things with the CDPHE, long-term, looking into that.
Do you have in mind a target amount to spend on land acquisition?
Well, if you could get a 5 to 10 to 1, I mean, it kind of, that's a big difference, but either way, the idea would be that the grant of the 5 to 1 or more, whatever it is, comes back. So you're putting 1 in and getting 5 back, particularly if you're in ownership. If you do rentals, that comes in the income that you receive back. But I would think that you'd want to be looking in somewhere between 25,000 and 50,000 that we would use out of the general fund if we were to go do something of this nature.
So a ballpark of $250,000 to $500,000 acquisition cost?
Yeah, something that's larger. I think that, I don't want to go into detail, but I think that's the neighborhood that you would be able to purchase something that would be able to house a fair number of units, whether ownership or otherwise.
And then a follow-on is, would we also be able to get 5 to 1 to 10 to 1 matching grants for the development costs?
Yes, so it's the land acquisition's one thing, and then as you develop on, you may partner with another entity though to develop and have an arrangement where they can come in and then you have a sharing where they manage it and you get your rental and if it's an ownership, that you get back those monies and can put back into a housing type fund.
Trustee George?
Yeah, and I mean, as far as purchasing land goes, we identified what we need more in the sense of like inventory, like how are we going about deciding what we need if it's rental versus ownership? And then are those grants based on that? Like are the grants contingent on making it price to own or for rentals?
Well, kind of, there was a housing study done and it wasn't, there was a housing study done in the last 5 or 6 years that they usually require. We found out that actually there was, when we paid for that, it was a group of private individuals that I was a part of and partially public, which was town. We actually found out that there was a separate study done in the region that we could have just used from the get-go. So I think we probably need to use that. The only thing, the caveat to that is using something that's maybe more regionally based. I'll just tell you now. They can be dated and not necessarily as robust as you might like. Now that the DOH is going to require us have something. I don't know if what we have already would work or something new. Those type of studies, if I recall right, it was about $10,000. And I mean, I would encourage if we're going to invest in a study, we make sure that we make sure they know how to come here and really know who we are.
So on a call with Administrator Tukey, former Administrator Ryder, and myself with Andrew Ashley, who's the Department of Housing Specialist with DOLA. He mentioned since we had that study done in 2016, that we could do an addendum to it called like a housing study light that he thought would cost as little as potentially $700.
I'm familiar with that study because again, I was invested in it privately. I will see what we could maybe get one of those done. It sounds like if we could get something done that was a targeted housing study of where we are right now and community, I mean, it'd just be sit for Silverton, right? I think it'd be of value. Which, do you remember the individual you were talking to at that time? I'm sorry if I know. Okay.
I think trustee Barella had her hand up ahead of me, but
Go ahead.
okay. I'm wondering about if we have sort of a sense of, other than what trustee Barella brought up with the mechanical property, do we have is there another sort of inventory or, I don't know, spreadsheet of viable properties?
We're actually, and we have it up and we can pull it up in a minute. I wanted to just talk about and we can move on.
Yeah,
Are there any more questions about a grant type of program where we would go in and allocate money for staff to work with the DOH and potentially attorney to try to secure some property if we were interested in that?
Yeah, I like that idea, but we need to identify what we need to. I mean, if it's better suited for building a big, apartment rental unit, then, so that might change how we look at properties.
So
What we need.
So trustee George, you feel like that we should probably be moving towards a housing study or an amendment to the old one sooner rather than later?
Well, either that's an option, but then again, we're not very, as Shane mentioned, or Mayor mentioned earlier, that will slow us down. We're already, not very agile when it comes to being able to buy property. So either that or use a previous one, at least to give us some idea of what we need. But I think that the land that we would try to acquire, that would hinge on, or partially hinge on what sort of units we decide that we need for the town needs.
Okay. We need to figure out what type of needs assessment we have right now that could maybe be of value. Am I hearing you correct? Okay. Trustee.
I would agree with trustee George. Last time Blair, when she was sitting in the now Lisa Blanner position, was called something different though. She just went and did a quick poll. What do you think we need? Now granted, it was only to assist the county in what the county was starting to create, but it was a quick finger on the pulse. And when they came up with the need for only 12 units, that was just to fill the immediate need. That was not a long-term housing goal. I'm glad that the county got it done, and I'm glad that that was done, but it was a very simple, just get it out there. Who wants to rent, who wants to buy, that kind of thing. Because there is the market rate and the lower rate availability still at the Anvil subdivision. All of those have not been, they might be all be purchased, but they haven't all been built. So we need to make sure that we take into account everything the county has already put in to make, because we're eventually supposed to be annexing that into the town for services and utilities to make sure that they're all within the scope of town. So we need to make sure that we include all of that with what is developable and purchased and ready to build when we do this study. And it was a simple, I don't remember if any of you remember that. It was maybe about, 2017, just quick, simple, tell us what you need. So it did address immediate, not long-term.
So maybe doing an internal survey here in the community and getting it out to the workers in the community. I mean, seems like that's a lot easier to do now than ever. Okay.
What are we looking at turnaround time for this? We can get bogged down on surveys and studies, knowing that we've had this crisis for quite a while. What is the time frame on something like this?
Well, I think, and maybe, I would say 3 months if we're moving, right? To put everything together. I mean, the other thing is that maybe we should talk to the county right now and see if they haven't built something, and maybe we put money in to build on the property they already have. I mean, that could be another option where we ask for the 5-to-1 and we build one of the units down there. If we think that it's more rental, or if we think we want to get an ownership. That might be easier because that's not land. We could go ahead and start putting something together. Go ahead.
Knowing that we have citizens here in town that are on the verge of not being citizens of Silverton anymore, I feel like it's time to put it in first gear and start moving.
Okay. And so would you say to start moving towards rentals, or?
We should start moving, I don't know, we're talking about studies, we're talking about surveys. I think we should just get started on everything, having all the conversations, and let's get it going.
Okay, I mean, we can put staff on that. That's not a problem. I need you all to be on board with everything you're okay with us working towards. I think.
So I was just gonna say, I kind of see it as two separate problems and solutions of like the grant is more of like a, it's like the Anvil subdivision, like we got it, we finished it, it's one unit complete, and I think that could help us solve the short-term problem. But I think as far as like purchasing property, I think just a continuation of that over time would benefit us in the long run, because it's going to continue to be a problem down the line. And maybe we can get to, later in the work session, different ways to potentially continue on that outside of grants, because grants will only solve one problem at a time.
Just to kind of further Trustee Harper's point, if there is a target property that the town is already considering, and because the seller would need to be a pretty friendly party to work with the town anyway, is there any reason not to go ahead and try and get that under contract with a prolonged diligence period so that the town isn't at risk of someone else buying it?
You know what? I don't think that's a bad idea, but I'd rather go in executive session with our attorney to talk about that.
Understood. My thought process was just a multi-pronged attack,
Sure.
hitting it from all sides on all fronts.
Rental ownership, whatever stone we can turn over.
Start moving forward.
Okay.
Perfect.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yeah, I had a similar thought as Trustee Harper, and that was also part of my question about sort of the inventory / like audit of what's available. Because I'm wondering if once we sort of looked at that list, there might be some property with greater complexity and some property with less complexity, and it might sort itself out just in terms of what's out there.
I want to go what we own to what we own in just a moment. I think and we're going to have to speed up a little bit just because of where we're going. And great. I feel like I understand where you all are interested in as it relates to grants, whether it be a grant to work with the county property and maybe go try to build on and put some money towards that, understanding I need to come back to you all on that type of solution, as well as purchasing a property. We're going to need to go into an executive session to talk about what that might look like, probably in a special meeting in the next. I'd prefer that we go in the next week. I know everybody's busy and it's going to be a busy night, but if that's what we're wanting to do, then I think it'll be easier to understand, since that'd be a contract negotiation. Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay, going back to the housing documents.
Before we move on, I
Oh.
just ask Trustee Weaver if you have any thoughts or questions on that.
Well, this is a lot to take in right now, and I'm concerned that we're already just jumping to a solution when we haven't even examined all of the potential possibilities out there. So I would like to work through the work session, the content of the work session, all the stuff we were given in the folder before we actually go ahead and make a decision.
Thank you.
Okay, the next on land acquisition was related to, let's see, where is it? Town-owned property. I don't know if you can get that up. The first one in the folder is the draft report on town-owned properties. I really want to put a shout out to Lisa Adair and Bill McDougall, and if there's anybody else I'm missing who are working on this, please let me know. Lisa, I believe this was, are you there? You can unmute. It was Bill and yourself who primarily put this together, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks. So they started, and either one of you feel free to move in or chime in. They went in and they started looking, I think that they began last year, all the different properties that the town owns. Now, obviously, some of those properties are related to parks and stuff that I don't think that we necessarily want to go sell or leverage at this point. That'd be up to you. But there are a lot of properties. So if you go onto the legend from vicinity map, and you can see the first one on there is on Cement Creek Edition. It says the value, that's the value they identified. That's 174,000. Then there's Lions Park. That's a little over 4 million assessed, but you know, and there's no interest in building in the park, I don't believe. But then you get into Reese Edition, lots 13 through 17, Stanley Placer subdivision 255. What I'm really trying to point out there is there's a lot of lots, buildable lots. And these are values, I would assume, Lisa, if you could weigh in, is that the assessed value or is that a value that was put there based upon some sort of other calculation?
Those are the assessor's property values.
So the value is probably based upon the market today worth quite a bit more. The point I want to make there is that we have a lot of land. Do we need this land? And would it be of value to sell some land to raise money for housing? Or alternatively, to use some of those properties for the purposes of building and development. And so you can see on that list, I mean, some things would not be necessarily what you're wanting to get sell, for example, the parks, right? But if you start adding all that up, there's a lot of property and a lot of value in all of those properties. There are some concerns in some places, that avalanche concerns and other things, depending on where that is. If we go back into that town-owned property folder and go over to the vicinity map, that shows you generally where it is. I think with that, I'd like Bill or Lisa, if you would like to weigh in on what your observations were, that would be great for the trustees to hear, since you invested so much time in it. Bill, do you want to go first?
Yes, hi, guys. You know, what we did was a big gross inventory. We haven't pinned down what's available, if any of it could be even used for housing, or if any of it may be property that Anthony mentioned that could be sold to liquidate some funds for matching grants and so forth. But we put it together because we felt it would be a document or information that we would use in the future. With your guidance, we can tackle this any way that you guys tell us to do. My suggestion would be breaking out the parcels that obviously are not going to be sold, like the parks, et cetera, putting down parcels that may be developable by our own housing need process, or products that may be able to be sold that we would suggest putting on the market. That would be my suggestion as a direction from you guys, but we haven't done anything until we get a direction from the board.
Thanks, Bill. Lisa, do you have anything to add in?
I can try to answer any questions you might have. And I do have some ideas about parcels that could be purchased if that comes up at a later date.
Do either of you have any ideas of just off the top of your head, when you were looking at this, where we may be able to build maybe a fourplex or a twoplex that we could look at a grant for right now?
I mean, I don't have that information in front of me, Anthony, so I have no,
Yeah, and in all fairness to Bill, he's weighing in on vacation. And thank you, Bill. It's 8:30 where he is.
I do think that we would be happy to break that out, but we did not do it because we were spending not necessarily definite job description time on it. So we did the inventory while waiting for guidance from the board.
Trustee Barella?
Okay, so I'm looking at one of these documents, Anthony, Bill, Lisa. It says summary of town-owned properties. Property 7, Taylor Edition Block, top of 11th Street. Says we own basically 3/4 of an acre. It's lots 1 through 8, Block C. So what part of that is actually a feasible, usable section? Just because it's plotted and mapped doesn't mean, is it in the center of the river? You know what I mean? So that's why I'm saying, even though we're looking at it in this context, it's not as easy to view. These are amazing details, but it doesn't put it into the scope of like usable land in this. Does that make sense? Is everybody looking at this?
Sure,
Same document?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
I think Director McDougall addressed that exactly where he thought the best next step would be, and I want to know where the secret camera is, where he was reading over my shoulder, because I wrote down a short list with staff recommendations for potential to build, potential to sell, and off limits. So I think that would address your question too, Trustee Barella.
Well, yeah, but I just want to make sure that everybody's seeing this in the same perspective, that even though we have it in front of us, we don't actually see it.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant by there may be things that just rise to the list due to their complexity or lack thereof. In terms of what you're saying, Trustee Barella, is it in the middle of the river? Not a viable option.
So it seems that probably we need to go back and look at these almost superimposed on a Google map type of deal.
Yeah.
You can see where they are. And we can do that. I don't think it'll take a long time, but it was a lot of time was put together on this and.
To get to there.
And so we'll go ahead and do that as it relates to this and try to get it back to you fairly soon.
Trustee Uyghur?
Thank you. I'm curious as if we could figure out what kind of restrictions we may encounter in developing near the water tanks. Knowing that there's chlorine gas up there. I'm just curious what kind of setbacks we need. Because I see that in here, there's potentially 4 lots and that seems like prime real estate with road access adjacent to the cemetery. And
Do you think would you think that would be something maybe if you could build there, maybe that's something we sell and use for something else, or are you thinking developing?
well, just going back to your question, I'm looking at something where we could build a 4-plex
Okay,
unit immediately.
and
I
that's,
think it'd be important to know what kind of restrictions we would have around the water tanks.
and you're talking about the one that just sits on the other side, that red dot on that, right?
I believe there's 4 lots that are lined out in the packet right towards the end.
That's number 20.
Yeah, well, I think that's one with the water tanks on it, but they're also adjacent
Okay, Nate.
lots as well.
You're talking about 19?
Yeah, I guess it would be 19 on page 19.
Okay, so I need to figure out what we can do in 19 and 20, so we have some sort of idea.
19, 20, and then also 21, I believe is adjacent.
Okay,
Nice.
along with the other things that have been brought to our attention. Yeah. We need to have some sort of, particularly as we go back into town, some sort of Google map visual that we can see of these things and kind of have some outline. Sounds like is what would be the most helpful at this point. Okay, is there anything else on land acquisition? Or land-based solutions? We're gonna start moving now. We good? Okay. I think we have our marching orders on the land base. Now, in regards to policy-based solutions, there's lot size restrictions. I put in there this ordinance folder. And I know whenever people hear the word LA or Denver, they go yuck. I get it. But they were mapped out very similar to the way we were with smaller lots in the community before. And one of the things that was brought up before was related to Trustee Barella had brought up the fact that some of the, let me get there. I'm just trying to. Get back to the folder. And the ordinances that there are fire code restrictions, and some of the fire code restrictions are related to the fire department and the proximity of the fire department. And I asked Chief Archuleta, but he was out this week, to get us some more information about what we can do. When it comes to lot size, if you look, there's a large area in the community that requires 3 lots to build on. And if you cut that down to 2 or 1.5, then there's plenty of places where there are one home or a house on one lot, and there's options, but those are zoning type of solutions. The lot size restrictions, the 3 lots in certain areas could be changed, and then you would have more developable land for housing. Whether it be 2 or 1.5 lots. And so that's one thing that we may want to look at. I'm still hoping that I'll get something from Chief Archuleta in the fire department soon about the 1 lot. There may be a way to require certain materials on there be used so we can mitigate any sort of insurance costs. Trustee Barella? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, and regarding the fire department, it's not, it's a zoning issue. It's not real, and it's up to the code enforcer, not so much the fire department. If you're zoned commercial, you can build a single structure on a single lot, and then you're required to use the commercial building code. Residential building code is, there's a less of a restriction, so you use lighter weight material, et cetera, and that's why we're not allowed to build a single building on a single lot. And a perfect example of this is the Highlander building right up the street. It's a single building built on a single lot with no setbacks. And the way it was built with a commercial building code, and that's why there's also sprinklers, et cetera. But it's more of a zoning issue as far as I spoke with the building inspector last week, and it'll change the type of materials you have to build with and things like that. But if somebody wanted to build a unit that had a lot of inventory in it, and we could help them along by changing a building code or a zoning area for them in order to help them build inventory, that might be something that we look at.
So if somebody were willing to build or asked to build on 1 lot, but we're going to use the right materials, we would consider that?
I think that we should.
Okay.
And they would be held to the commercial building code rather than the residential building code.
Or some sort of hybrid that meets the criteria of what we're trying to achieve.
Right.
Am I understanding you correctly, Trustee? Yes, sir. Yes, Trustee Barella?
Hey, to Trustee George's point, part of what Chief Archuleta was always talking about was single lot builds, right? In order to accommodate for enough house, let's put it that way, you can't go lot line to lot line. You have to use all of the setbacks around everything. So that's why single lot builds were always somewhat frowned upon, because we know, we used to go lot line to lot line. Didn't matter back then if it was commercial or residential. Obviously, residential had a little more setback. But you can, Miss Melody Skinner sent us all an amazing document, which is I've been talking about these for years. just like row houses like they do on the East Coast, you go skinny and you go up. And that would be able to then create the setbacks. So Chief Archuleta would have to then turn that into the insurance that insures the town and the county for the fire department to say, if we had adequate setbacks based on this, could we start developing single lots? Because right now we don't have enough. They can't get too close together. Dorothy Morton's house with the new build are the perfect example. For years, the house that was torn down was falling into Dorothy's house. Finally, somebody purchased it, removed it from the side of her house, but there was not even enough of a breezeway that you could walk between the two buildings. So that was the issue with the fire department, because it would spread so easily, even in a residential area, lot line to lot line. So with these newer types of buildings, I don't see a reason that if we can't work in tandem with the fire department and the insurance to see if these smaller style, more upright would work in town, now that we have more modern equipment on the fire department too, that it would not, I mean, it would be feasible, extremely feasible to allow single lot builds in maybe R2 areas or something like that, or based on the structure and design, possibly get a variance in R1s. So there's a lot of potential for all of this. And I thank the community for doing their due diligence as well and coming up with great ideas.
Trustee
Mr. Mayor, can I speak on that for a second? Ms. Bill?
Yeah, please, Dr. McDougall.
Yeah, the big regulator here is the building code and the fire code. As a fire inspector and as Trustee George said, the fire department can put out any fire as long as we build it appropriately. But once you start putting a triplex together, they have to meet commercial building codes instead of residential. And it's not a problem, as we all know. And then Trustee Molly said it best. They do it everywhere, and it can easily be done in our town. It's just an expense per square foot cost that goes up, not substantially, but certainly goes up when you're stacking 3 units next to each other. But as far as doing it from a fire code point of view, that's all built into the current code that we have in our books and that we currently enforce. And so there's no problem from construction point of view, doing it safely and doing it correctly. The other issue, and I think we all are aware of this, that put the setbacks in place wasn't just fire, it was also snow loading and snow coming off adjoining roofs. So design would be a very important part of any kind of construction. Real quickly, if you guys look up down Main Street, most of all the commercial buildings, the roof slide to the alley. That type of style may be necessary in any kind of R1, R2 condensed building plans that would be approved. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Trustee Whitaker.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. And actually what I'm gonna say is gonna pigtail on Bill's McDougall. Not only is it the snow, but when we have the setbacks that we have in our code, it also allows people to have solar access. And when we start reducing the setbacks and building these row houses, we begin to infringe on people's solar access. And with appropriate solar access, we can generate our own energy, we can heat our homes with passive solar, and we can grow our own food. And so we need to discuss whether or not these trade-offs are going to be worth reducing the setbacks and really emphasizing towards a build-out density within our town, or if we prefer to have the things that make enhance our quality of life here.
Great point. Thank you.
Okay. So just want to go back to the lot size just real quick to understand. If you have 240 lots, which would be 10 blocks essentially, and you divide that by 3, if you have to have 3 lots to build, that gives you 80 buildable sites. If you divide that by 2 lots, that turns into 120 buildable sites. And so you have 40 more. And if you divide it by 1.5, you have 160. So you basically, if you go to 1.5 you get up to 160. And that's not to counter trustee Weggert's point about solar and all that. It's just something we need to think about, the trade-offs that we're making and how we may manage those. Are there any other thoughts on zoning? Lisa or Bill or trustees?
I have another point to make.
Yeah, sure.
Should we be considering reducing the square footage minimum for structures within the town? Because right now that sits at 700. If we're gonna build on a single lot with appropriate setbacks, we're talking at a building that's essentially 8 feet wide on the inside. If you include room for a 1 foot eave overhang and then a 6-inch wall on either side. So inside 8 feet wide, we're talking about a structure that's essentially 75 feet long to meet that minimum square footage requirement. Would it be appropriate to reduce that to 500 or even as the ADU is written to 300?
Would you suggest that's a good idea? I mean, you're a builder and.
That I'd like to hear discussed.
Okay.
Yeah, at a recent code and personnel meeting, we talked about creating a maximum square footage amount as well. And I think this would be a really nice thing to put in one update.
A maximum footprint?
So yeah, maximum footprint. So someone, would be restricted from buying like an entire block and building in a residential area with a, 7,000 square foot footprint.
Sure.
Can I make a statement? I'd like to be involved in that discussion. There are some minimum square footage requirements in the building code that might make it difficult to reduce much below 500 feet. And a second thing that has been bounced around between staff, specifically me and Lisa, is how to make R2, for example, instead of having to have 2 lots. Just some thoughts, and Jess, I know you jump right on this, and we stagger where the homes can be put. So one purchaser gets 1 lot, puts a house towards the quote street side, and the other purchaser puts a house towards the alley side. You don't have to have as deep of setbacks, possibly cut the setbacks back, still get a wide house, still have plenty of yard space. There are a lot of variables that we could look at when we get guidance from you guys to jump in with some different ideas. By gosh, we'll do that.
Well, we've talked about the staggered house placement on the lots in the planning commission meetings, and I actually think it's a fine idea, other than it actually kind of detracts from the historical appearance of the town, being that Victorian style plots, all the houses in line looking down the block, looking historically at the town, which I think is the main issue with that idea. But other than that, I think it's a fine solution.
Does that address partially what you were talking about before with solar?
It does allow for a little bit more solar access within the house, having that staggered setback.
Trustee Burrell?
So I definitely agree with Trustee Wiggert. Why do we have, obviously we can't go under 500 according to Bill with the building code. So, but yet we could do it with an ADU. So we've got to figure out what the happy medium is, or is there one? But I don't think we should be as restrictive. I've always loved the idea of staggered. I know it doesn't necessarily fit, but if it's not directly in what we call the heritage corridor, should we be as concerned? Because we have the potential for growth, and we have the potential, it's not potential, we have the need for housing. So I think looking at all the solutions and maybe figuring out target areas that are not directly within line of sight of the heritage corridor, which we had all of our meeting on the other day. I think it's a very feasible way to move forward, because we are then suiting the need, creating the right environment for these to be built, whether it be for ownership and or rental. For that, I would agree, which should be ownership, not so much rental, or we do like they did with the housing at the end of town. I don't know if Tracy's in the audience, if she'd like to speak to that. When they built all those low-income housing, I think you got one of the ones too, which was the first set of builds. So that worked very well too. They were deed restricted, and eventually the deed restrictions were up. But we have the potential and we have the need. Is Tracy here?
I am.
Yes.
I'm behind, sorry.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask her to speak. She sent a letter. I think everybody got that letter in just a moment. But I want to make sure I'm hearing what staff, you want us to look in and maybe explore staggered, what that might look like, smaller footprints, that might make sense in that staggered and on smaller lots. If we were to downsize from the 3 in some areas.
I also just want to do a time check at 6:53. We have one more things on the work session agenda. Want to make sure that
Yeah,
we make time for the community members that joined us.
okay. I think the other on building code, setbacks, subdivision, density, one of the things that's come up. I don't think that we can change the setbacks very easily, Bill, but I want you to address that briefly if you could.
Well, you guys can do whatever you want. We could change setbacks and just change the zoning code. So it can be done, but it does require changing the zoning ordinance, which is a procedure, as all of you know. I mean, I think that in order to do these kinds of things, from a combination of fire safety and snow safety, we have to have a design parameters that are involved in whatever plan that we come up with, whether it's staggered construction or a continuing historic design or a townhouse type vertical construction, as Molly was suggesting. Any of these things work, but I just think that the town has to be willing to say, yes, we're willing to modify our code or modify our lot and zoning, but we're going to require design patterns that meet and are required in order to meet those things. So when you're talking about just construction, we also, based on the ideas that have been thrown about this evening, you're going to have to take in mind that there's going to be design restrictions that will have to be built in to some of these ideas in order for them to work correctly for multiple reasons: safety, setbacks, solar access, et cetera, et cetera.
Thanks, Bill. I want you to also weigh in maybe real quick on density and where we are right now, why there's a lot of interest in density, and so we can have more opportunities and drive the cost of for the workers and people in our community. It seems like there's some things that we need to think about as it relates to parking and those types of issues. Can you weigh in on that real quick, Bill?
Well, obviously parking, I think we all are aware parking is an issue wherever we're at. And, trailers and pickup trucks that we all own, obviously add to that also, let alone the visitors that come with trailers and pickup trucks. So that's something that's going to also have to be brought into any kind of rezoning thoughts or density increases or design criteria for this density increase. And so all these factors have to come into play at the same time. It's not one single thing that we can do to fix the housing issue. I think this is all doable stuff. And it sure sounds like you guys want to go in the direction of some thought out ideas. So I think we can certainly get moving on that. I think everybody in this room is aware that the housing shortage is not townwide or even countywide or statewide. It's national. There's a national housing inventory shortage. Homes are high priced everywhere in our country. And so what we're dealing with is not just unique to Silverton, Colorado. And I think there's probably some other good ideas that we can also kind of look into and see what some of the other communities have done for some solutions also.
Thanks, Bill. And the interest of respect for the other people who came, first I want to let Beth introduce herself. Beth, do you want to introduce yourself to everyone? Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for letting me attend your first session meeting. For those that haven't been able to introduce myself with, I'm the new economic diversity coordinator with San Juan Development. I've started my role about a month already with the organization, and I hope that it seems that I'm hitting the ground running and getting some of these priority projects as we go along the way. I come through experience of operations management, supply chain, workforce, talent acquisition. So I have a pretty diverse background that I'm hoping to also bring to this role within Silverton. If you don't mind, can I just have a couple comments about the work session?
Sure.
So I agree with the comment that we need to move forward on all fronts, that there is both a short-term and long-term problem here in Silverton, and we need to address both of them at the same time, and neither will address each of those situations independently. I'm a proponent of not reinventing the wheel. So within my time here, I've also reached out to other communities, and I'm going to continue to do those within not only Southwest Colorado that experience similar issues that we have, but within Colorado in general, and see what communities have had and success stories and some findings that they've had as well during that. And I hope to share those findings with you. And then I just ask that you involve me in this position with this initiative. I think it is one of the priorities of San development. And I'd like to be a part of the conversations and also give my time and efforts as you see fit to it.
Thanks. And that is a priority of San Development, and that's one of the things that we'd be working with staff with San Development as well as anybody else who's interested. Are there any questions for Beth before we all go? Okay, and then next I want to introduce Tracy. Tracy sent a letter to us. I think everybody is familiar with some of her communications and advocacy, and I want to go ahead. I realize Mayor Furman, we're at 7 o'clock, but I think because of the importance of this issue, we can keep going right now.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
And I will be super brief because obviously I've been sending my thoughts to you already, so I don't need to reiterate all of that. But just two things I think I want to kind of hit home on briefly. And thank you very much, by the way, for having allowing us to be here, because this is huge to me. Just to be able to talk face to face is really, to me, pretty important for town interaction. So thank you for that. First of all, yes, I did own one of the affordable housing units as Anthony, as a matter of fact, which was a fantastic opportunity. And if we could do something like that again, hallelujah. But I've also, I also built my own tiny home, which could not live in Silverton. But I have a lot of experience with it, kind of within the tiny home community. It's something I've looked at for many, many, many years. And I feel like it's something that we didn't really talk about that. Y'all didn't really talk about that here. And besides like the minimums, I think it's a huge movement, and it's economical. It's good for the environment. There's just so many good things about a tiny home. And I know Bill has talked about as far as minimums and as far as building code, but I did also send you a link to the Appendix Q that was adopted into the 2018 IRC. So that exists, where we would not have to recreate the wheel here. It exists. It talks about all of the standards for building tiny. And it addresses egress, it addresses stairs, it addresses a lot of different things. It's something that's already there. It's as simple as just adopting the appendix to the 2018 IRC. So that's something I would encourage you all to look at. The other thing, which I have mentioned a couple of times, and I think this work session is great. There's some great initial conversations, and it's great to have you here, Kim. But I also think that to have some sort of commission, committee, whatever you want to call it, of the important players in town to look at this together, as opposed to isolating what the town can do. What can the town do? What can the town and county do together? How can San Development perhaps bring in other resources? What do builders say in town? You know, folks who do construction, people who are in the real estate, people from the planning commission. I think bringing all of these heads together it's just efficient. It's efficient to work that way. rather than each entity kind of playing their own separate roles and seeing what they can do with their own resources. So that's the other thing I just would like to encourage. So thank you very much for allowing me to be here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think, we have calling orders, at least as far as the staff, to explore some more. I don't know that we have anything other than to get back to you what we might be able to do immediately and probably sooner rather than later, and potentially schedule a meeting within the next week to talk about what private options might be available and what that would require. Are there any interest?
Something that has occurred to me throughout this discussion is if we do decide to go the route where we want to build something that the town owns, how do we help to mitigate the astronomical cost of building materials at this point in time if we're looking to do something immediately and make those numbers work?
I think it's easier to get land right now, make numbers work if we can maybe find a decent deal that is to address the problem that you're talking about, because I don't know that that's going to be changing anytime soon. It's a great point. I mean, do you have any thoughts or suggestions? I mean, if you build bigger, obviously you can get a better price, right? And when I say bigger, a larger project, I don't mean necessarily a bigger.
Oh, it's just something that I've been wrestling with over the past year as somebody who's in the industry, trying to give people a good value, especially if we're looking to do something that's cost effective. Just seems like one more wrench thrown in to the system where it has already been difficult to build at a low income rate here within the county.
For years now.
Yes.
Yeah. Trustee Behrman?
Yeah, I just have one quick comment, sort of question. Just to add on news, because I don't think we really got to it today, and we can cover it another time, but I just see the demand always exceeding the supply, since we are just a small mountain town that people love to buy second homes in. So just thinking of ways we can either discourage second home ownership or incentivize home ownership in year-round residency. But yeah, that's a topic for another time, I think.
One quick question, Jess, based on that, what are you actually building out dollars per square foot right now?
I don't think anybody is actually building out at a price per square foot, any contractor, and I don't even call myself a contractor. But I think anybody who's building at a bid right now is going to find themselves in hot water with the volatility of lumber materials.
Yeah.
Well, and we all know the cost has gone through the roof, and that was based on everything being shut down and not having, and then you have a huge demand with no supply. But do we know in the foreseeable future if that's going to change? It's a crapshoot. But yeah, because a lot of homes are selling about $250 to $300 a square foot in a lot of areas. So that's why I was wondering what you were building them out at. So.
I think the number you just put is where, I mean, if people are buying at that level, that means that that's probably that's where it's at, right? Or less than, that's where they're buying at that, right?
Is there any buying power for a municipality in reference to it being non-taxable and that sort of thing? I don't know.
No, I mean, I can look. I mean, I don't know. I mean, just when I'm thinking off the top of my head and other things I've been involved in, it seems like that's not going to be the price that everything has gone up has been well beyond issues with the marginal tax rate or I mean, taxes are taxes, but things have doubled in price. Understand it. Is that what you've seen?
I'm sorry, as far as building materials or?
Yeah, building materials.
Oh, yeah, certainly.
Yeah.
If not more.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard.
The plywood's gone from $15 2 years ago to now almost 60.
Oh my God.
So
That's 4 times.
yeah.
Yeah.
And that's just plywood.
That's a great example to really understand what we're dealing with. Okay. Is there anything else? I mean, one of the things that's left is the idea of a housing authority or I should say housing authority, a commission or a committee. I think that's something we should look at a little bit more, but I'm not sure that we have the time to talk about that in depth, not to blow that off. I know that time is of the essence, but go ahead, Mayor Furman.
I was gonna suggest that this kind of end up in the continued business section along with the other things so that we do carve out a little bit of time in every meeting to move this forward.
You're talking about housing?
Yeah, how's it a continued business item and meeting agenda going forward?
Okay. Is there anything, any other direction that you'd like us to go on before, I'm talking about staff. I'm working with Sam on development and anybody else in the community who wants to work with us right now.
It seems like we just filled up your plate pretty decently.
You think? Anyway, okay.
I guess, as I'm just thinking about the whole building materials thing, if we could, as a community, do some kind of code revision to allow people to build with alternative materials such as natural materials or adobe, cob, straw bale, things other than just traditional plywood and stick-built lumber, that may be something that could help defray the cost for somebody looking to potentially build a low-income property.
Are you familiar where they've adopted that in the code in another area in Colorado? No, we'll go.
Not at this point.
We'll go do our investigate. What's that?
Just how I know of. Okay.
I think Mesa also, actually, they've been doing straw
Who did?
built, Mesa County.
Mesa County?
There's a couple of people up there that have done straw building clay and compacting clay and straw and CBD or hemp cutoffs and all sorts of different, they're using all sorts of different building materials, so.
Okay.
I also don't know what their building code is like specifically, so it's.
We'll do some research. Okay. Thanks. Mayor Furman, I would just suggest that we get a 3-minute break. I know that some people are waiting for the regular meeting, but 3 to 5 minute break for everyone.
Thank you.
Yep.
But the new panels, they make an hour much more efficient. I have 230 watt panels, to get 330, 350 watts per panel of the same size. But you can have the same test.
Everybody good? Good evening, Silverton. Thank you for bearing with us. We just completed a housing work session. And we are now beginning our regular meeting of the Silverton Board of Trustees. I'm excited that we're all in person for only the second time since the last election. It's great to see everyone here. And that's great progress for the town. We have an awesome Zoom room, and hopefully those participating on YouTube and Zoom can hear us clearly. If you do have issues with the audio, please send us a message through the chat feature so that we can address that. For those of you that are here in person, please speak clearly and slowly. We have masks on, so it's a little bit harder for us to understand each other and for the microphones to pick us up. And here we go. I call this meeting to order. It's 7:15 p.m. And if we could please start with the roll call, clerk, please.
Trustee Barella? Here. Trustee Harper?
Here.
Trustee Wager?
Here.
Trustee Yerma?
Here.
Trustee George?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney? Here. Mayor Furman?
Here. All right. Does anyone have staff or board revisions to the agenda this evening? Oh, Administrator Wright, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Administrator Edwards.
Thank you. I would. Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and apologies for the name gap. Any staff or board revisions to tonight's agenda? I have a couple. Items 6 and 7, which are the ordinances relating to vacation rentals, as well as the architectural review overlay district. The signature block will be revised to replace my name with Mayor Pro Tem Barney's name. And I would like to request that we add an additional item to the consent agenda tonight. Ray Dalio came in today with a flyover request for Memorial Day as well as July 4th weekend. And it was very time sensitive. And I went ahead and signed it. And I would like to ask the trustees to ratify that action for the consent agenda.
I couldn't quite hear you, Mayor Furman. Could you articulate what you signed again?
Yeah, so is the approval of the town for the flyover request for
Flyover.
jets to
Flyover
fly over
request.
town for
Thank you.
Memorial Day as well as July 4th weekend. Any other staff or board revisions to the agenda? All right, so we'll move to public comment. This is our first hybrid public comment. We do have citizens here in person. And I think we'll start with that. And then once in-person citizens have spoken, we can look to anyone who's participating in Zoom, and as normal, click the raise hand button. And Nathan will promote you to speaking panelist. All public comments are limited to 3 minutes in duration. And with that, Mr. Jarek, would you like to introduce yourself and address the town?
First of all, I didn't hear everything that Tracy said. 1,000% agreement with tiny homes. I could have that conversation for many hours. Also, I have 6 books on the subject. If anybody wants to borrow one from me, they are beautiful, beautiful things that would add to the ambiance of this town. And a lot of them are, what I like is the historic value, because you can make tiny homes into beautiful little spots that are historically valuable for the town, which I'm always interested in. I'm 1,000% for tiny homes. Also, you got the number 8 consideration to approve summer sound special. Of course, I want to see that in the Mike area stage. Yes, you can laugh at that. That's okay. That's okay. All right. So I'm here just briefly to talk about Columbine Park bathrooms. Let's do it. Let's do it. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. And I'll tell you why, because when I was doing the stage, I would always get lots of people through Columbine Park and see their reactions to the park and things around it. And here's one of the stories I'd like to tell real quickly. And this happened many times. I'd be there doing my thing. Somebody would come up to me and say, oh, this is really a nice little park and everything. And I'd start to explain about the park and the stage, and they say, oh, I'm sorry, sir, we're really only here to use the bathrooms. That actually brought home to me the importance of the bathrooms, right? I mean, that very simple statement from a lot of tourists that say, you know, they're a little disappointed in me, they didn't get more interest in the stage. That's okay. They were there to use the bathrooms. Not only is that okay, that means we really have to be on top of the bathroom issue. That means whatever it takes, whatever loans it takes, whatever grants it takes, whatever it takes to do those new bathrooms, we have to do it. And I can say that briefly, I can say pretty sure that I speak for a lot of merchants and a lot of people on Blair Street. So who love the bathrooms, love the idea of the bathrooms and the fact that it gets used. It may be because nobody then asks them to use the bathrooms in their own restaurants or gift shops. Those bathrooms are tremendously important, not only for Blair Street, but for the town of Silverton. It really is the only public bathrooms in the entire town. You need to get on it now, do whatever it takes to make it work. Loans, whatever it is, do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
I just want to, and Mike, we are going to be looking at housing solutions, and it would be nice if we could maybe borrow a couple of those books and
Absolutely.
print one and
Absolutely.
copies.
That's why I mentioned it.
So
You will see some of the most beautiful structures you've ever seen.
That's great, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, available to loan to anybody here.
I have a question, Mike.
Sure.
What size is your home? Would it be considered a tiny home?
Say that again.
What size is your home?
It might be considered a tiny home. It's only
Yeah.
550 square feet.
There we go. Thank
I
you.
enjoy living in it, even though I feel a little cramped on occasion because I got a lot of crap, excuse me, I got a lot of stuff. But I managed to make it work. It's efficient. It doesn't take up a lot of space. There's not a big carbon footprint if you're concerned about that. And a lot of you are, so am I. Consider it very strongly, very strongly. When you see the pictures of what people have done, some of these homes, you will agree, and I'll loan those books out to anybody. Thank you, folks.
Thank you very much. And is Eric here to speak as well, or for the later participation?
Eric is part of the OHV panel. It will be a while. We can talk about that if you, but he's, I wanted him to know that he was welcome to come.
Great, thank you. And then I see that Casey Lashley has her hand up on Zoom. Casey, the floor is yours once you unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Casey Lashley. I'd like to start by explaining that when I moved to Silverton, I was a novice snowboarder. I learned at Kendall Ski Area, and I quickly began to ski at Purgatory Resort, just a 30-minute drive away. Finally, I made my way to Silverton Mountain. Here, I met guides who sincerely care, who keep us safe, and even owners who on my first day cheered me on in front of a full tent. My point is that I had a great experience as a beginner, intermediate, and advanced snowboarder. That we don't have good enough beginner and intermediate train is something that has been brought up time and time again as a reason for the Kendall project. Skiing is what you make it. The perspective that we need more in Silverton isn't all that true. It's based on personal experience. The thing is I moved to Silverton because I love this town and not because I want to change everything in it. With the recent influx in real estate sales driven by COVID-19 and speculation of this project, affordable and workforce housing is looking more dire every day. I have multiple employees who have lived here longer than 15 years struggling to find housing, not just affordable housing, but housing with their families. Not everyone wants to own a house and not everyone is able to purchase a house. Kendall Mountain expansion is already directly impacting the one thing that Silverton loves the most, our families. Apartment housing is being sold in Silverton. Many of my friends and neighbors have purchased second homes or properties specifically because of the Kendall expansion. More disturbing are the homes being bought sight unseen that are unoccupied by their new owners. We don't know the future of these buildings, but we can speculate that the Kendall expansion is helping fuel these sales as much as any other reason, such as COVID, and that this will affect the housing stock of long-term rentals for our workers and families. Some will undoubtedly be vacant second homes for the wealthy, while our families and workers will be pushed out of this town. Proponents for this expansion want to act as if this housing is a separate issue, and it's not. Our infrastructure is completely failing, and this is not a moot point because the expansion calls for over 1,000 skiers a day. Where were these 1,000 people going to stay? Where will they eat? And where are they going to use the bathroom? This is the town board's responsibility, and you all should consider a holistic view of the expansion because right now it appears that we do not have the housing, we do not have the infrastructure, and we do not have our community in mind. Things that are being negated from the discussion of the expansion. We do not have stability in our town government, which is allowing less oversight of the process and creating a culture of instability just in time for any type of resort to change your town. They will say one thing and they will do another. The only way that I can support this discussion is if it's one more lift run by the town of Silverton, but most of us are not that naive, and that is absolutely not what is being proposed. I am here to contest the release of the RFP. The town was not meant for only the wealthy. We need to consider this project from another perspective than just our own. I'm aware that my Main Street location brewery, in business for over 12 years, and my home on Blair Street, I stand to gain a lot from this project. I think the board needs to switch focus. I hope that the board votes no on the RFP and switches focus to sustainable growth in Silverton. Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Next, we have Julian Roberts. Julian, if you can unmute, you should be able to speak now.
How's that?
We can hear you now.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Okay. My name is Julian Roberts. I was born and raised in Silverton, Colorado. And today, my words fail me. Today, I'm racked with grief and anger as I watch my community sold off to the highest bidder, as I hear rumor of houses that people currently occupy going on the market with no guarantee to the security of their future living arrangements, and with no alternative save for homelessness in the San Juans, or simply leaving. Today, I am distraught because of the way we view and speak about the situation amongst one another, some seeking a group or individual to blame, some resigning themselves to or participating in the inevitable hostile takeover currently taking place. Hostile does not simply imply the threat of bombs or guns. The hostility to which I refer are the predatory investment policies of out-of-state groups, firms, and individuals banking on and working towards the exponential increase of real estate in and around Silverton, Pagosa, Durango, Crested Butte, and all of Colorado, and the complacency of our own neighbors, friends, public officials, and myself included in the facilitation of this takeover. What I mean by hostile are the predatory investments that broke the housing market in Colorado and beyond, and the nearsightedness to issues such as major development projects, vacation rentals, getaway locations, from both citizens and elected officials. I have witnessed these things in cities much larger than ours. Today, I'm simply here to urge all in attendance to consider three things. One, that the vacation rentals are a direct threat to the housing security of any tourist-dependent community, and that the moratorium on permitting for VRVO should immediately be reinstated, the number of permits granted be halved from the current number, and a 5-year rotation for holding a permit be instated. Two, the RFP should immediately be voted on, and the members of the board find the courage and wisdom to vote no on the submission thereof, as this too poses a direct and tangible threat to both the financial and housing security of our citizens, in particular those who are considered employees or laborers. And 3, that the vital human resources being funneled into the Kendall Mountain Recreation Area Master Planning Committee are recognized as such. And as that, a large portion of the community have voiced their request for the disbanding of this committee until further notice to redistribute this vital resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian. Next, we have, I believe, Cole Davenport.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
We can. Good evening, Cole.
Yes. Hey, guys. Good evening, all y'all, to the board and everyone, Mayor. Yes. I think I'm listening to everybody's complaints and all their the situations we all are having and facing as a community. I mean, we're facing with of course, an influx of sales and people trying to upgrade and do everything there is inside the town. It does cost money to every individual. With all that being said, yes, housing is a very big issue to everybody. To able to do that, we need to look into it as a community, as people, to resolve all these issues so we can actually do this and make it for the workforce. Because if we start losing anything in income for the community, we're going to look at higher income taxes. And higher income taxes is just going to drive more people out and businesses and everything else into higher taxation. And with that being said, to solve a lot of that, I listened to what Mr. McDougall was saying and a lot of other people were saying earlier today, and talking with everybody else is we need to start actually maybe implementing some other taxes to maybe vacancies, short-term rentals, things like that. I mean, I'm not necessarily targeting hotels either, but sometimes maybe we should target them for more taxes because in and outs. I mean, if we're going to get rid of OHVs and things like that, we're talking about like influxing more tax and incomes. And that's really a big issue to a lot of people that are in this community that are trying to be here to work. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole. Next, we have Jimmy Keene.
All right, can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So Casey and Julian, great comments. I've heard these same comments echoed from a great number of citizens of this great city. Couple of points. First off, the governor of Colorado, Governor Polis, goes live on Facebook every few times a week, and he speaks about various topics. When he does, he has the quiet mode setting turned off, which allows any and everyone to comment however they'd like, both the good and the bad. People in Silverton have expressed interest in knowing who attends the trustee calls, as well as having chat turned on. The OHV committee on their reoccurring meeting has at least the participant panel turned on. But for the trustee and the Kendall Mountain Recreation Master Plan meetings, they have the Manage Participants button in the toolbar, which is at the very bottom of the screen toolbar area. It's turned on to hide all the participants, to hide the participants panel, hiding all 46 attendees from seeing each other or knowing who's on the call tonight. You asked for people to use a chat feature tonight, but it's turned off. Several citizens of Silverton, visitors of Silverton, and myself would like to understand why. Second thing is we need to be more strategic. We have significant issues with housing, with off-roaders, town maintenance, infrastructure. It took the town citizens to reach their limit and express extreme frustration at one of the KRMA or KMRA meetings a few months ago in regards to housing, for the town to finally take notice and have a meeting about it tonight. OHV was a nightmare last year and didn't get attention until about a month ago, although meetings were conducted with city officials about 8 months ago. And I'm glad this was live tonight, because as a veteran, I found it embarrassing and an insult to see the mayor refusing to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We need to raise the level of accountability and expectations in this town and for the town's leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Wyatt next.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. Can you hear me okay?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to introduce myself real briefly this evening. I am one of the applicants for the city attorney position. And so I figured I'd tune in and caught some of your work session and follow through the meeting this evening. Just real briefly, myself and my partners, we've been doing city attorney work for 15 plus years now. Myself, I'm particularly in your town. When I saw your proposal, I've known Silverton for the last 20 years. My wife and I vacationed there many times, and beautiful community. But I think, as illustrated by a lot of the comments tonight and a really great conversation you guys had at the work session this evening, there's a lot of challenges, but at the same time, a lot of opportunities. And, for someone who loves doing city attorney work and
If I could interrupt you for just a moment, we just need a sidebar real quick. As an applicant for the town attorney position, I'm getting feedback from other trustees that it may not be appropriate to have you speak right now. I'd like to defer to our administrator.
So Mr. Wyatt, I appreciate you weighing in, and it's nice to introduce yourself. I think at this point, because that nobody else was invited this evening, be inappropriate for us to continue with this introduction. We will be using a process, and I say that Clerk Freeze will be discussing it later in the meeting with the trustees, how she's going to suggest that be managed.
Oh, absolutely. And I apologize. I didn't want to do anything improper. I typically, watch council meetings and try to offer any answers if there are any questions that come up. So.
Thank you, Mr. Wyatt. I appreciate
you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Charla Andriata.
Mute.
Hear you now.
Hi, I'm sorry, my screen went blank. I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Charla Bingo Andrietta, and my husband and I are both lifetime residents of Silverton, and I'd like to address a couple of things. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for cutting back, on how many weekly rentals in the residential areas, and I hope that you'll take it even further and cut back even more. We are in an extreme housing shortage, and these units are not beneficial to the community. In fact, I feel that they are a detriment. Second, I would like to ask that you please not privatize the Kendall Mountain Ski Area. The area was put in for the community, and that's how I'd like for it to stay. Many Silvertonians worked very hard to have this nice area for us to enjoy. To enlarge the area the way the KMRA master plan would destroy this beautiful ski area. Maybe we could enhance what is already there, but this area should remain small and stay in the control of the town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Albert Hyrick.
There we go. Can you hear me?
We can.
I'd just like to say that, first of all, I really appreciate you guys going live and being in a real meeting. And I agree 1000% with what Casey, Jimmy, all the speakers have said tonight. I couldn't agree with them anymore. But I want to just remind y'all that discussing affordable housing for years down the road, we're in a crisis now. And I'd call on Jim Harper and Molly. I mean, you guys know what it's like. If we can't get some sort of affordable housing of some kind for the service workers. They're not going to buy houses here. They need rentals. Then you guys, the Alma House, we're going to have to open at 50% if we can't get help. I know Jim's having trouble getting housekeepers. Everybody I talk to, that means less revenue for the town. And you have to then, if you don't really in your heart care about other businesses, at least care about your own revenue for the town. You guys, this summer is going to be a rough summer. There is absolutely no help. And I don't know if you guys have tried to figure out how to get E5s, or have you written the governor. Right now, we need service workers, and we need to pay them a good wage and help them find housing here. I just want this to go on record that we're going to have a very rough year across the board. You're going to see bad reviews for a lot of places when they can't get service or what they expect in the sense of product. It's going to be tough, even for you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how you're going to run a hotel if we don't have service workers, not folks, Mr. Alexander, that want to buy houses or whatever. These are service workers that spend maybe 3-4 years at the most up here, and they enjoy it and they move on. They're not going to buy homes. So please focus on the service workers, the ones that are being pushed out that actually run this town. Thank you.
Thank you.
You here for public comment?
Yes.
And then I have two I need to read once.
I am member of the Silverton community. I know that may not hold as much weight in the collective viewpoint. And I understand that, having lived in lots of small towns throughout my life. I want to address two issues, one being the affordable housing issue and the second being the Kendall Mountain expansion. I do think we are conflating these issues. The size of the Kendall Mountain RFP is the size of something like Ski Hesperus or Ski Cooper, not Telluride or Aspen. That's factual. In terms of number of acres, the size of lifts suggested at a max point, and so forth. Such an RFP would allow our citizens' children to have a place to ski, not an extreme ski area, but a place they could develop in bounds. And I understand that when you're a 20-something and you're out here and you're skiing backcountry, you can learn to ski and develop your skiing ability, just fine. But having a place where the kids can ski in town will allow people to invest in the community. A lot of these issues, including the Affordable Housing Committee issue, has to do with how much economic growth we can sustain as a town. And you have to be a place that is welcoming for potential investors, because those types of investments are going to happen, and you want to be able to be a part of the conversation about how they happen. My husband and I are under contract on a property in town. We hope to turn this property into something that is part affordable housing and part VRBO. We can do that because the property is zoned commercial. There would not be a way for the numbers to work for us if the property were not partially VRBO. I think we're also conflating the issue of having Airbnbs limited with the affordable housing issue. We will be subsidizing the affordable housing in our building with Airbnb. As longtime visitors of Silverton, we have come to ski here many, many times. Skiing in the back of a car, staying with friends in Uri, staying with friends in Telluride, and these are not rich friends. These are mountain guiding friends of ours. We are not an elite class of people who are purchasing this building. It is a small building. I think as a town, we need to work together and not have a divisive conversation about affordable housing versus the Kendall project. I think those things can be solved together. And I would like to speak out for not part of the vocal majority, but a minority of folks who have listened and want to invest in the town and want to make the town a better place that is both affordable and allows for slightly more recreation and a little more vert at Kendall Mountain. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Could you repeat your name again?
It's Jesse, like short for Jessica, last name Rowe. Thank you.
And then I see we have another raised hand and then.
Oh, good.
So Elizabeth Zeff is next.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you. My name is Elizabeth Zeff. I have lived in Silverton consistently for 2 years now. Part of Silverton's charm is that it holds an air of old town America where you actually know your neighbors and we get together for community events on holidays. We celebrate, work, and live together. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I by no means believe that the Kendall Mountain Expansion Committee has any malintent in their vision, but I do believe that this committee has convinced themselves that their goal, as the current RFP lays out, is not harmful to Silverton as a community and the people who are trying to build their lives in this town. They've convinced themselves so much so that they are deaf to the cries of the community asking to stop, or at least to slow down, to reconsider and look at other less impactful and less expensive options. I understand that a few years ago, there were community visioning meetings, and amongst many things, including river utilization and expansion of bike paths, there was also the idea of expanding the lift. The expansion of the lift is what the Kendall Mountain Expansion Committee has clung to and is reaching for. A considerable portion of this community is asking you to please consider other options. As public servants, a large portion of your community is saying, please expand some of the other ideas so that we as a community can discuss and decide how we want to work with this mountain, not just whether or not we will expand the lift. As far as I can tell, that request has continued to fall on deaf ears, and the community is repeatedly told by those appointed to serve the public that we do not understand that this isn't a resort. But it appears to many to be an irresponsible dream and a cure-all. This will not cure the existing housing problem in Silverton. As we can see time and time again in every other mountain town that has bought into this process for the last 2+ decades, this will only increase gentrification and the class divide in Silverton and displace many that call this place home, as is already currently happening. I repeat now, I do not believe in my heart that the reasoning for this is malicious or due to any kind of unadulterated self-centeredness on anyone's part. The opposite, in fact. I believe that every member of the Expansion Committee's mission is to improve Silverton. However, as we are all aware, there are other pressing needs that this community must deal with, such as housing and general infrastructure. And these needs could use these bright, intelligent individuals' focus and attention. Let's take care of our needs before we take care of our wants, and let's build a community we want to live in and can live in before we build a space that caters to those outside of this community. First and foremost, let's take care of what we have in this beautiful space and take care of each other. Silverton will grow inevitably. There's no need to push. Rather, let us guide our growth with wisdom, mindfulness, and care for future generations. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Administrator Edwards, you have comments to read from the public?
I had about probably a dozen emails over the thing, but there's two that have asked me to specifically read, and I'm going to do that now. There's two messages that were sent to me that were asked for me to specifically read this evening on public comment. The first is from Sue Bingle Sanders. On behalf of Sue Bingle Sanders, I present the following. I'd like to register my objection to the planned expansion of the Kendall Mountain ski slope. I know of no good reason to expand our little town ski area. I'd like to share a little history of the area. My dad, George Bingle, was a fantastic supporter of the children of Silverton. For several years, he cleared the pond that was once below the Red Mountain Lodge for us to skate on. Then in the early 60s, he and his good friend Ward Barlow started kicking around the thought that it would be a great idea to build a ski area for the students of the school for more recreation in winter months. They salvaged materials from old mills and picked them up and brought them to town to build it. Almost every bit of the tow was built with scrap metal, volunteers, and equipment lent to them by the town. At first, it had a rope tow, then later a T-bar, and then a button or pummel. Later, the town took over the area and it was upgraded to a chairlift spearheaded by Bill Alsop and Gilbert Archuleta. That also lifted the floor of the building next to the vacant lot next to the Wyman building, put in a 2-lane bowling alley in the basement and pool tables and pinball machines on the main floor for more recreation for the town and children, but that's another story. The ski slope is perfect as it is. Bigger is not necessarily better. This town seems to have it running smoothly and even making a profit. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. The area was built for the use of the residents, and we draw several families from outside the county who appreciate the lower cost. Most of the children in town have learned to ski there, including my daughter and 2 sons. Years ago, I attended a meeting at the convention center, and as I recall, the overall consensus was that we wanted the ski area to stay as it is. The residents I talked to don't want us to become another Telluride or Aspen. And researching ski tickets for one day, I found that a teenage ticket at Purgatory is $70 and adult is $89. The same price for our little ski area is $18 and $26. A family with 4 teenagers pays 350% more a day to ski at Purgatory than here. I'm not against the skating pond or working on the Riverwalk. These are projects I could get behind. Heaven knows the river needs improvement badly. I don't think I could have been able to navigate the Riverwalk without help from my granddaughter last summer. In the mining years, Silverton had promoters the same as we have today, only they came to town, bought a mine, convinced that investors back east that it was a gold mine and fleeced them. When it didn't pan out, they hightailed it out of town. Before the city pays for one more thing involving the ski area, they should take a survey to see if the residents are behind it, not just a select few that will be benefiting a great deal from it being built or banking on it being built. What Silverton needs to concentrate on now is the lack of affordable housing, which would be made several times worse when Kendall Mountain is raped of all of its vegetation. The investors raise the prices of tickets and taxes and expenses become so high that most of our current residents will not be able to afford here anymore. That is from Sue Bingle Sanders. The other request was from Leah Hart, who, just give me a moment. My name is Leah Hart. I moved here in 2017 and have been an active part of the local year-round workforce since. I am opposed to the Kendall Mountain expansion because it is becoming close to impossible to find affordable or unaffordable, for that matter, long-term housing for those of us in the service industry, which makes up a large part of Silverton's revenue. I believe this is a direct result of expansion rumors. Rental and purchasing pricing are becoming ridiculously prohibitive considering local incomes. I would also hate to see our beloved little community exploited for its beauty and quaintness like we see in so many other mountain towns. We need to preserve what we have as it is getting very close to being extinct. Thank you, Leah Hart.
Thank you. And we do have another public comment from a Zoom participant, Marley Roberts.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Marley Roberts, and Silverton is my home. Not in a temporary, I love these mountains kind of way, but in a deep gnawing way that goes to the core of who I am as a person. These mountains are my home, the place I was born, where I grew up. This community is my town. This town is my community, and the mountains are my roots. I've come and gone from this town, but as we say in the Silverton song, though far I have roamed, for these are my mountains, and I have come home. And I have definitely come home. And I am thankful for that, for the ability to come back to this place, to these spaces and people, no matter how far life has taken me. But I am heartbroken to see the ways in which this community is moving and the way that this town is turning. I have a very real fear that 10 years from now, I will no longer be able to stop over in these mountains because my home is being bought out. The prospects of Kendall Mountain are expediting that process, but this community is selling out, and this is a truth that we cannot ignore. I've had conversations recently with members of this town who I respect deeply, people who have shaped who I am as a human and taught me how to fight for what I believe in. They are people I love wholeheartedly and who I disagree with immensely. Because while they see Kendall expansion as hope for a stable community, I see it as a way to deepen the housing crisis, the number of second homeowners, and increase the traffic during the winter months, and Silverton's reliance on tourism. These are things that I see happening, not only because I fear that they could happen, but because every other example of such expansions in this state and beyond have lent to the same conclusions. Since I was born, this town has mainly been a tourist economy. That is what we know. That is what feels comfortable. But as we dream of what this town could become, I challenge everyone to ask themselves if that is truly what they want. Is that the perfect future they envision? I would assume most of you would say no, which is why I ask why. Why are we focusing on a multi-million-dollar project, which 10, 20 years from now may or may not be viable given the current changing global climate, which is leading to more and more unpredictable winters? Why are we focusing on an expanding industry which keeps most of us barely getting by and which threatens our housing market and decreases our quality of life? We need to be more creative, to grow things like education, to grow our economic independence in a way that does not merely increase year-round foot traffic. We are more creative than that. We have such a capacity to grow as a community that exceeds what we think is possible. All it takes is a little creativity and a whole lot of collaboration. But of one thing I'm sure, and it's that Kendall Mountain is not the answer, which is why I think that this process needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more comment from Nico Foster.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, everyone. It's Nico Foster. I live at 700 West 5th Street, out in the Anvil Mountain subdivision. I really appreciate everyone's comments tonight so far. And I thank you, all you trustees, for volunteering your time to make all this happen. I did not prepare any comments tonight, so I'm kind of winging it. Like I said, I did really appreciate those who did. And a couple things stood out to me. But first off, I wanted to just kind of give you a recap of what actually did happen at Kendall Mountain ski area this year. It was a great year. Miss Barney and a lot of volunteers put on an excellent race series that a lot of the community members, some who don't even have kids, came out and raced. And it was on Friday nights, and it was it was a really great time. And my wife's making fun of me for saying so many times, so I'm a little nervous, but and I was out there on closing day as well. And there was a great pond ski that was naturally created by our warm days. And also, I wanted to mention that Kendall Mountain is being discovered as it is already. There was, on any given day in January and into February, weekend day, there'd be quite a number of people out with lawn chairs barbecuing in the parking lot. Sprinter vans were showing up from Durango in hordes, and it was as an absolute lover of Kendall Mountain with small kids, it seemed like there was just a good time being had by all. So I just want to say that right now, Kendall Mountain works really well as it is. And as some other people have mentioned earlier, And as I acknowledge, my kids are going to get bigger, and they probably will outgrow Kendall Mountain. But I grew up in Juneau, Alaska, and we had to drive half an hour to 45 minutes, depending on which part of town you lived in, to get to the ski area. So I think having to drive a half an hour to Purgatory to ski what basically amounts to a giant intermediate ski area is just really a reasonable thing for us to have to do. So the other thing I wanted to point out is that.
Nico, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're about 30 seconds over.
Oh, I'm already over? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good luck on your vote. I just want to say that I'm actually not opposed to expansion at the ski area. I think a lift would be fine, but in the spirit of the history of Silverton and the can-do attitude of the people that are already here, I don't know why we're looking outside of our community to get it done. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Great. Well, thank you all for voicing your voices and opinions. Very appreciated. I think most of those topics do come up in tonight's agenda, which is heavy. However, I would like to ask staff to brief us at some point, if not tonight, on the SOPs related to meetings versus committee meetings, because I'm not totally familiar with why some meetings are some way and some are others, particularly with respect to Zoom and chat features. So it'd be helpful for the trustees to be able to respond to those questions.
I think that would be great on a different agenda.
Okay.
And we may be able to get you a briefing paper first, so that you know in advance. Thank you, Mayor Furman.
Thank you. So our next item on the agenda, so closing public comment, our next item on the agenda is financial report.
So rather than a budget report, the financial report really is informing you where we are in the general fund and some where different monies are. The first document I'd like to have you look at is the Colorado Trust document. Those are monies that are put, that's 182,000. That's for in the event, as it's been explained to me, it's in the event that we need some funds because we're in a crisis. Okay, so that's one account we have monies in. That's 182. The next fund, the next page has a public fund account. That's $48,865.91. That fund is for a separate fund that's kept for capital projects, for projects we want to do in town. So there's 182 for what I would call crisis monies, and then 48,000. The public fund account right now that you see was from a few days ago. That's $1,088,000. There's some other funding that has gone into there since this was printed up, 40. And when I talked to Willie, there's some other fund coming. We're looking at, with the 188, we're really looking at with what's supposed to come in, not looking at the bank account right here at the moment, around $1.2 million in the general fund. To have an idea of what we had at this time last year, which kind of fluctuates because we're going to go into what I would call the leaner months. That in April of last year, we were around the $750,000 mark. And we went up and down from that, but that was the low of last year. The reason I'm telling you that, I think we have about $1.2 million in the account, which is probably about $500,000 more than we had last year at this time in the general fund.
Questions?
Oh.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
There's one other thing I want to bring to your attention if we can. Trustee Barney,
No, go.
We're up again. I think it was $43,000, which is some of the money I just referred to was going into the account. For March, for everybody to know, we are gaining right now. We're getting ready to go into the months. Last year, if you go to April, which it shows last year, 37, 24, 22, that's when COVID hit and we were kind of locked down. We still had, what I would call fairly good income during those months. Maybe that was people inside, but we will have, I anticipate that we will have more money coming in from March and April than we did from last year, this coming year. Go ahead, Trustee Varela.
We always have to remember when we look at these charts, it's 2 months in arrearages. So when you're reading April's line, you're actually seeing the income from February.
That's right.
It always has to be remembered.
Yep. So
it doesn't reflect accurately the month.
So that, but we do have January's in, and we're 25% approximately more than we had last January, and we anticipate it's going to be more again in February. And I think it's fair to say March and April were busier this year than they were last year. I'm just trying to give you a snapshot of this and how much money we have in it. Trustee Barney?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
The reason I want to tell you these financials right now is I think it's important as we go into further talks down on the agenda tonight. Some of the things we're going to be discussing. Mike Garrick gave us a little preview earlier about bathrooms, and the staff will as well. So are there any questions about this financial information at this point? Okay. That would be it on the financial report.
Thank you. So moving on to new business, bulk water discussion.
Sure, and can you please, there should be a gentleman by the name of Nick Croce on the
Okay, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Unfortunately, the volume did have an issue. We should be back up and running now.
Hi, can you all hear me?
we can. Were you able to hear what I described to the board already?
I did not know. It was all muted.
Okay. Mr. Croce, I just informed the board that this is about bulk water sales. What is being discussed this evening is a business or individual in the county purchasing water purchasing water from the town, and that would not be delivered. That would be separately contracted. It's actually just to purchase actual water to be used in the county.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And so go ahead and present your thoughts and ideas and what you would like to propose to the county generally, Mr. Croce.
Sure, yeah. So good evening, and thank you all for taking the time to consider this proposal. So as I'm sure most of you are aware, my partner Vincent Gubin and I, we are the owners of the Airy Silverton, which is a new lodge that we're looking to build up Cement Creek, about 4 miles north of town. And so, yeah, we are requesting that the town board consider a proposal to enter into a mutually agreeable contract that would facilitate the bulk sale of water from the town of Silverton. And yeah, we would provide the our own water hauling tank truck and pumps and hoses and all of that to transport the water from town up to the lodge. We currently have two primary well water sources that we are pursuing. The first is an underground, just traditional underground well that will need to be run through a pretty robust treatment system. The second is a surface well that would be fed by Cascade Creek, which runs right along the north boundary of our property. So we are confident that these two primary sources of water can provide all the water that we need. But we just think it would be smart to secure like a third backup option, and water supply option, just as a last resort, in case we run into any sort of problems with these primary sources that we have. So we just want to ask if you'd be willing to set up some sort of annual contract that could secure our ability to purchase water from the town if we happen to need it. And if so, what would the rates and costs be associated with that contract? We understand that this would be a unique arrangement, and there may be some added staffing or maintenance costs that need to be addressed. So that's certainly something that we're happy to work with you all on and make sure that there's no additional burden to the town. We also understand that the town does not have a water haul truck. So like I said earlier, we would provide our own tank truck to transport the water to and from town. So, that's basically the gist of it. We're really just trying to cover all of our bases here as we move forward with this project. We want to make sure that this lodge operates as smoothly as possible, and that we have multiple backup contingency plans in place, accounting for any and all possible problems that could arise. So, yeah, generally, the amount of water we would need could vary. It would just totally depend. It could be a situation where, the treatment system has an issue with a filter that's going to take a few days to resolve itself, and so we want to buy water for a few days. Or, the creek, at this point, we're not totally sure if the creek can supply water during the winter months. It may freeze. So again, this is really just to have a redundancy in place. So yeah, that's basically the gist of this proposal.
Mr. Kochi.
I have a question on the size of your cisterns
Mhm.
and your system. What volume do you have sunk in the ground already?
Currently, we have 3 2,000-gallon tanks. So we have 6,000 gallons of storage in the ground right now. Almost definitely, we will add a 4th tank, so 8,000 gallons. We don't have the 4th yet, though.
And what is your estimated usage on the potentially the 4 cisterns that are sunk for 8,000 gallons? What are you viewing as your, is it weekly that they recover? Is it monthly? What kind of usage are you think you're looking at?
We're estimating anywhere between 1,200 to 1,500 gallons per day. So, if you had 8,000 gallons on hand, that would give you about 5 days or so of water. Our well would replenish water as it's being used. So it would be just a constantly replenished system. So yeah, the idea is if somehow both well systems are down for whatever reason, we would probably end up having to do like a once a week fill up all 4 cisterns, and then use that supply and then come back for another refill, basically on a once a week basis. But again, that's only if and when both of our primary systems are down.
Thank you.
I think the question at hand really is, are we comfortable with selling? And if so, we would probably need to put together a complete chart, right? A schedule of if it's once a month, that's a little bit more than if you're buying regularly. Are there thoughts on that?
I'm curious if John Sykes is available to comment on what kind of surplus we may have during the summer months. within our water generation capabilities, given that foreseeable, Mr. Croce, you mentioned in the winter, potentially when Cascade Creek freezes over, I could also see this becoming an issue during dry summer months when the mountain streams dry up and groundwater potentially dries up, and seeing that our sources are surface water, we would also be experiencing potentially less water coming into the tanks. So I would like to get Mr. Seitz, Public Works Director Seitz' opinion on that.
Nate? Is Mr. Seitz on? Were you able to hear that, Mr. Seitz, that question?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, Trustee Wiegert, I wouldn't hesitate to think that we could provide water unless we were having a shortage. I think we would have the capacity to service this business and potentially others. The way I look at it is, we have a product and they're willing to pay for it. This is additional revenue for the town. I would recommend setting up a contract with this business or any other. The way that I looked at it is to set them up as a regular customer and have them pay a monthly bill, whether they're using water or not. We might also consider having them pay an initial plant investment fee, like we do for our other, every time someone buys a water tap, they purchase a plant investment fee that goes towards rejuvenation of our water plant over time. There are a lot of different ways that you can look at the rate structure, but to me, we have a product that we can afford to sell them and they're willing to pay for it. To me, it's a win for the town, however you structure it. The tricky thing for me with this situation is the timing. If they don't need it for a year, well, or two, then this board may not be able to say, yeah, we can guarantee you we're going to sell you water. But to me, to any board, it would make sense to sell them water because it's a win for the town as far as revenue goes and supporting our infrastructure.
Director, go ahead.
I've got a question for you, Director Seitz. How much excess capacity do we have? And I'd like to add on to that. Water security is something that's come up a number of times. And I think about this in connection also with our push towards additional housing density. And at what point are we beyond our capacity as a community? And that isn't directly related to Mr. Croce's request. It's just, framing for me and other people listening.
I think that our current sources we could handle quite a bit more demand in normal operating circumstances. The tricky thing about our sources are they're surface water supplies, they're small creeks, and they're vulnerable. And our transmission lines are vulnerable. And this does get into a much bigger discussion. But when things are going well, we can provide a lot of water. If we've got a drought situation, then it gets trickier and we might have to impose restrictions as we set up a couple of years ago and we had a really dry year. But to answer your question, we need to strengthen the resiliency of our source water supply. And that's one of the projects that we're doing this summer by drilling test wells over at Kendall Mountain. If we could prove out a good well source, that would be a amazing addition to our inventory of source water. We've also considered reservoirs and other things, but the test wells are the most feasible at this time. So that's the low hanging fruit. But yeah, to answer your question, it depends. How much growth could sustain? I think we could sustain quite a bit of growth just with Boulder and Bear Creeks. It's when things go bad, if we have a mudslide and they block, or we have several drought years in a row, by September, we may be in water restrictions for up to a couple of months, who knows? But that's a complicated question that we could discuss for quite some time.
Thank you, Director Sites.
Director Sites mentioned a planned investment fee. And one of the things that's been brought to my attention today was that there may be a concern that we set a precedent here. I think that if we do this, that the priority goes to, we need to set some sort of priority. If we do the planned investment fee, still that the delivery system is to the people on the system that we're here in town. And that if we get into a drought scenario, that it would be secondary to whether it be this business or any other business in the county or individual for that matter, because we may have cabins coming and other entities coming to ask for water as well.
Priority is going to be on the in-town taps, in-town water. And
priority will be on focus during drought.
I agree with Edwards on that, but I would also note that I believe that this should be set up as a contract, an annual renewable contract. If it's not working for us in one way or another, then we change it. And then the customer can take it or leave it. But again, I think that this is revenue for the town and it is sustainable for our system 99% of the time, if not more. So I would think that it's a good idea to do it. When you do it and how you do it are things that need to be discussed.
Trustee Rowe.
So on all of our bills, we pay a capital, we pay into the capital improvements. So plan investment versus capital improvement, if you're going to set it up like a regular water bill, which is what you had suggested, Mr. Sides, originally, you would be paying not necessarily the plant investment fees, but you would be paying a capital improvement fee per 2-month billing cycle. So we need to direct staff to find out which one works better versus plant investment, monthly or bi-monthly, or however you say that, billing, or just a straight out contract. And I think Mr. Sites addressed all of our concerns about the water issues because we have had them before. 2018 was the perfect example of everybody buckling down in town when you put on the water restrictions, and also the Great Divide Fire, everybody adhering to Public Works saying, please refrain from doing a lot of things. So as a community, we pulled together on most occasions to do what's right in reference to that, especially with our water. And we know it's a big discussion for the future on our town's water rights that were destroyed back in the 60s. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Sites, for all your information.
You bet.
So with respect to what's on the agenda tonight, what type of direction is staff looking for?
Well, I believe that Director Sites and myself have heard what the concerns are, and we need to come back and identify to you in 2 weeks a couple of different scenarios with that address some of those and the pluses and minuses. Is that, am I on board with everyone?
Is it too soon? Oh.
Yeah.
Is it too soon for contract to, like some of the items that we went over to be thinking about how those would fit into a contract?
As it relates to
Nick's particular case?
I think that we need to look at the pluses and minuses of a contract, and Nick please, and John, please weigh in. But I think we need to look at the pluses and minuses of a contract, what Trustee Barella said about the plan investment versus the capital improvements and how that might work. Because of the type of precedent we're setting, we may want to just clarify that this is just a contract and this is how we want to do it and that it's renewable annually. But I think that the idea is let Director Sites and I look a little closer and come back to you with a couple of different options with pluses and minuses. If you all have thoughts on that this week, please, or next week, please email us. Does that work for you, Mr. Carchi?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, and for what it's worth, I mean, just going back to the, you know, the drought years and making sure that the town supply takes priority, that to me is a no-brainer. We would, you know, if it got to that point, we would have to just close the lodge for the time being if it was really that severe, you know, and we certainly would not want to, you know, take water essentially away from the, you know, the local town residents. I absolutely agree that that should be number one priority. I think John may have mentioned we wouldn't need water really for a couple of years, but for the sake of working through this process and sort of dialing in the details, if we needed to, we could enter into a contract earlier than what we need. If that helps, you know, if it helps the town board kind of figure things out from your end.
Okay. So we'll bring you some Director Sides now bring you some options and some pluses and minuses. I'm going to talk to some other people in the water, a couple of water buffaloes about it as well.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next new business item is consideration to have the Historical Society take over the cemetery.
It's like we have Bev Rich and Scott Fetchenhire, Commissioner Fetchenhire on, and Director Bove. Bev, do you want to present this? Hi, Bev.
Hi, Bev.
Well, Casey Carroll was supposed to present this, but I don't see her on the screen. So I guess Scott and I can jump in and present this. As you know, the Historical Society has been looking after the cemetery for almost 50 years. And many of you may not know what we do. One of the things that we have done is hosted a cemetery workday for 30 plus years. We have also written grant applications for the cemetery. In the past, we have been able to produce a 2-volume, 900-page cemetery study that is a remarkable addition to our local history. We use it and people get great joy from it. It's used all over the world. It's in every great library in the world. Sitting in front of this body 40 years ago with a lady named Frida Peterson, in front of one of your colleagues who has since passed, Wanda Miller, who was a great champion of the cemetery. We have done some really good things up at the cemetery. And we would like to enter into an agreement with you to continue our what we've been doing at the cemetery for almost 50 years. And Fetch, would you like to say something?
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
I'm going to reiterate just a little bit what Bev said, but at least for 50 years or more, folks have come to the Historical Society to find the graves of loved ones or even arrange to buy plots for future burials. In the late 1940s, Frida Peterson started doing research on the thousands of people buried in that cemetery. And this eventually culminated in the fascinating story she presented in a 2-book series called The Hillside Cemetery. Through the sale of these books, Frida established a cemetery fund
And we've been able to help folks find their loved ones who didn't even know they were buried in that cemetery. And it's often resulted in a treasure trove of information and photos for the society. For years, the society has used society cemetery funds and our own funds to do repairs at the graves. Most of this has consisted of rock and cement work, repairing the retaining walls, grave sites that are slowly falling into disrepair. Bill Rich, Chris George, John Richardson have been enlisted over the years to do these repairs. I seem to recall Chris forgetting to put his parking brake on his truck on one of those jobs and the truck rolling down to the road. You might remember something like that, Tyler. We've been putting headstones on unmarked graves through the hard work of Paul and Mary Bieber, and some have even been put in various sites of the county. Each year, the society has a cemetery cleanup day. We cut down dead trees, we trim tree branches, spruce up the graves, and use a small group of dedicated volunteers. And mostly, amazingly enough, those folks are all from Durango and the surrounding area. The society has had the cemetery and graves surveyed and believe that we should have a GPS location on all graves, including the new ones. We've given countless tours to school groups and individuals at the cemetery that share our passion for history. Now, even though the town of Silverton is responsible for the maintenance of the cemetery, I feel that little gets done in the way of repairs or maintenance of the graves. There's a lot of work and repair that's needed to be done. That's why we're asking that we be given that responsibility, since we're actually already doing that. We have limited time and money, so we'd like to write historic preservation grants that use society and town cemetery money as matches to the grants that we write to start on these substantial repairs. Now, if someone dies, they can go to town hall to buy a plot and fill out the paperwork. They can also go to the archives, and Casey will give them the paperwork to fill out and take to town hall, and they'll pay their fee. The society is always willing to show folks where the available plots are, and also to get information and photos of the deceased for future inclusion into the cemetery books. What we're asking of the town is that you continue to maintain the road and the cemetery, continue to provide water in various locations, help with large tree cutting, and furnish bear-proof trash containers and trash pickup in a timely manner. I can't tell you how many times on walks that I've had to pick up trash at the cemetery because the cans have been tipped over by the bears. You guys can do that. We'll take care of the graves. We'll write the grants, and we'll do fundraising for projects such as maybe a metal arch at the entrance of the cemetery. After 40 years of research personally, I feel like we have an obligation to not only learn about the folks that are buried there, but to tell their story. They're folks just like us, and they and their resting places need to be respected. It's the least we can do. This is one of our town's most popular attractions, and we need to show that we are willing to care for it. I would urge you to work with the society and let us do what we're very good at: historic preservation of sites and archival material. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So Bev and Rich and Commissioner Fetchenheimer, just want to make sure I understand what you want to take over the management and the organization of the cemetery, and you'd like the town to maintain the roads, provide bear containers, trash pickup, and provide water.
Correct, and also accept the paperwork at the town hall, and the folks will actually still pay you guys, and hopefully that money goes into your cemetery fund.
Okay. Just and this has been presented and we don't have it on paper. I just asked Mr. Bove, do you have any questions about that or any comments at this time?
I do not know. No comments. I would just request that we have some pretty clear clarification as far as town responsibilities, which it does sound like we have. And I would just offer my support for Bev and Scott. The cemetery could not be in better hands. They both deeply care about it, and I've witnessed it in person, and they have both committed a lot of their personal time to caring for it. We really appreciate their efforts over the years.
Thanks, Todd.
Thank you, Todd.
My understanding is, staff needs to just get a clear direction, nothing too extensive, but that we can vote on that represents this, unless there's any sort of resistance towards going towards this way. Is everybody comfortable?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly support this, and I think, some type of clear agreement so that the Historical Society can rely on the town and their promises and vice versa.
Yeah.
Will be great.
I'll get that to you, Bev and Scott, I'll get that to you, or we'll get that to you in the next week, something we can work on.
Okay, thank you very much, council. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Bev.
Yeah, and thank you guys for your stewardship of the cemetery.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott.
Yep. You guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Our next new business agenda item is consideration to approve the brewing use contract.
We talked about that at the last meeting. We just didn't have the contract for you. Now that contract is before you, and if you're comfortable, you can go ahead and somebody can make a motion. Go ahead.
Ida, what we just heard from the folks who take care of the cemetery, do we have the bear-proof trash can and appropriate emptying of the receptacle within this contract?
I would assume.
At the cemetery?
Are you asking if we have bear-proof containers that we can provide up there?
Yeah, and we're gonna empty them as part of I believe what we just said.
Right.
Yeah. So is all that stuff in the contract?
You're saying that we want to have all that stuff in the
We
contract?
want to have the cemetery, right? I don't see
Yeah,
that.
the cemetery.
Right.
Yeah.
We don't have that contract on in front of us.
No, the Bruin contract we do.
Oh.
To include bear-proof.
Sorry.
The cemetery.
Yeah, that's not on the town pickup route already, or is it? Let's not focus on the bear-proof for a minute. Focus on whether or not the
cemetery
is on the route currently, because bear-proof can be added.
Todd, can you,
I believe Chris Higgins goes up there and empties the cans with the pickup truck. And then he takes them to Public Works, if I'm not mistaken.
So it's not actually on the trash route then?
That's my
Or
understanding.
Bruin? With the community cans?
Correct. Bill McDougall could probably clarify that if he's available, but it's my understanding that Chris empties those as part of his routines.
Todd?
I'm here to answer those questions.
Oh, geez.
Did you hear it, Bill?
Yes, I did. I said I'm here to answer those questions. The community cans at Memorial Park, which are all bear-proof, are emptied by Chris or a part of Todd's crew or somebody from Todd's crew, as well as the cans at the cemetery. We currently do not have any more bear-proof brackets for the cans at the cemetery. We will certainly can review that and either get some, because they're not ultra expensive, and add them in somebody's budget as a consideration. They're about $275 each. And I can order those up pretty promptly. I'm not sure how many cans we put up in the cemetery, but that can easily be accomplished, just like the ones we put around Memorial Park 3 years ago. And they seem to work very well. And Chris is very adept at taking care of those. So that would not be an issue that we can't take care of fairly promptly.
Bill, can you clarify which Chris you're talking about? We have two Chris's that are associated with this discussion.
Chris Higgins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have a problem with the way this contract is written, and I think it's a good idea that we're gonna empty the trash cans around town more frequently during the peak summer months, so I'm good with this.
I want to thank Bill McDougall and Todd, but Bill for really working on this.
And Kelly.
Yes, and Kelly. Thank you. Where is Kelly? there any questions? I know we talked about it a lot last time. Those details you're comfortable with.
Oh, I had one question, actually. I saw in one of the contracts on F, it mentioned something about composting and mulching and having that be in an appropriate location. Right now, we don't offer that. So is that something that we have the capacity to expand? I'm trying to find it. Sorry.
Segregated recycling, storage, and transportation containers shall be provided with a reasonably acceptable to the town of Silverton to allow for the collection, segregation, and transportation of recyclable materials in accordance with the contractor's proposal. Recyclable materials shall include green and brown and clear glass, aluminum, tin cans, plastic 1 and 2, newsprint, and cardboard. The transportation attendant shall direct persons to recyclable materials to appropriate recycling containers and divert. Sorry, I just lost my place. And divert recyclables from the compactable refuse to the collection points. Any composting and mulching operation conducted on the transfer station site shall be located in a suitable location approved by the town.
There it is. Thank you.
So are you asking that we create this?
Suitable location.
Okay, so is that is it on the dump premises? Is it at the transfer station premise that it needs to be done now? Or could that be delineated between staff and the transfer station attendant and owner?
Yeah, I would leave that to experts in the department, but I just thought it was something that if we have the capacity for it, and if Chris can work on it or work with Chris and our staff on finding the location and, you know, perhaps proposing a system that would work for our town, I think that would be awesome.
Sounds like you all want us to explore a mulching option if we can, composting and mulching. Okay. Chris, would you want to? Chris with Bruin, do you have it? Did you hear that suggestion?
I did. And as far as composting on site, that's probably not going to be able to happen just because of the room available that we have. I do have, and we can put pricing in to have a container that's strictly for green waste compostable type material and can go to a third party that we use in Olathe, Colorado.
Okay, I think if I'm understanding you correctly, Trustee Barney, you're thinking more something we could use here and keep here. Is that right?
I'm just thinking, what is the best system for composting and mulching waste from Silverton? So whether that's on site or if it's collected on site and transferred to wherever you take it. I've actually been to the Grand Junction site and I know there's like an awesome system in Grand Junction where they collect compost and mulching that's been transferred to there from other places. And I don't know if there's some way for us to just be involved in that. I read it in the contract, but I don't see a pricing for it in the contract. We obviously currently don't offer that service to our community, but I would be interested to know what system and at what cost we could include it.
Yeah, we can definitely look into that. Like I say, we really don't have room to compost on site. We're pretty much out of room as it is. With other transfer stations that we have, Ouray County, which the transfer station sets in Ridgeway, we do offer compost green waste currently, and it is hauled to the composting green waste facility in Olathe. And he does have product, which, you know, it is something that we could look at once that product is processed, it could be hauled back to the town of Silverton for possible sale or, you know, something like that. But there's enough trucking involved that it's going to eat that cost up pretty fast.
Yeah.
What about just having it available for community members that wanted to drive there and pick up some bags at a minimal cost in their own vehicle? Is it bagged or is it in large?
It's bulk right now.
Okay.
I think in the future they're looking at offering bag service. But right now it's strictly bulk.
Okay.
Trustee Weaver, did you have a question?
I was just gonna note that I think any compost that we make in Silverton, to the degree that we can, we should keep it here. It seems like we're kind of going backwards with all the shipping to and from Olathe.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what the actual benefit of that would be. I would be in favor of composting and actually keeping it here in town because we have quite a shortage of organic material in our native soils, and I think even for gardens, it would be nice to have, or lawns.
Or maybe another, to add on to that, Trustee Weaver, maybe something we could do if it's true that we don't have enough capacity at this transfer station site. I wonder if there's, looking at our other spreadsheet of land available, if there's a place we could set up something here.
And I think there's some land in some different places. Why don't, if I'm understanding what we're interested in, we would want to know what that would cost, but even equally important, we want to know how we could do something here, maybe separate
that's
from
correct.
room. Okay. Is there anything else?
I agree with that. It really does make sense to keep it local and process it local if you guys have a place to do that. And we are kind of in that world. We, can help however we can.
Thanks.
To provide a little context and closure to the three questions I asked Director McDougall to look at last week or at the last meeting, in terms of beautification of the transfer station, that's county land that the town leases for cheap or free. And so it'd be up to the town to do any beautification with respect to the fence or visual barriers around the transfer station. That's not something that would be part of the Bruin Waste contract. Bear-proof dumpsters can be super expensive, $2,000 to $4,000 each. So to improve the quality of the dumpsters we have around town would be a significant cost we could consider, but that would be what we'd have to think about if we wanted to improve the dumpsters around town. And then the recycling containers, it sounds like we have an option to add more, but we've historically had a very difficult time training our community and the visitors to use them appropriately, and it just turns into double the trash can as opposed to a nicely sorted recycling container versus trash container. That all said, I do think some of the newer recycling containers that have shapes on them that limit what you can put in them create a little bit better of a filter for what goes into them. And I'm curious if that's something we can look into, because I do think it would be nice if we created more recyclable materials out of our waste if possible. And I don't know who that question should be directed to, but is it possible to get the containers that have like the narrow opening for newspapers and paper, the small circle opening for bottles, and et cetera?
And where are you suggesting that these are placed?
Next to all of the trash cans that the town currently maintains throughout Green and Blair Street.
We could certainly look into the expense of those types of containers. I'm familiar with what you're talking about, Mr. Mayor, and that's a good idea. We have not researched the restrictive opening ones, say for plastic bottles only, for example, or cans or something of that nature.
I also recognize that cost may be prohibitive today and that it could have a visual impact if we wanted to do something that's cohesive with what we already have, and they need to be custom made with, we could talk about design if we go down that path, but I recognize that with respect to that request. With that, does anybody else have a question or comment about the contract, or do we hear a motion to approve the Brew and Waste contract?
I'll make a motion to approve the transfer station service contract agreement.
I'll second it.
Clerk, please roll call, please.
Trustee Burrow?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee Wagner?
Yes.
Trustee Burrow?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Furman?
Yes. Thank you, Chris, for joining us tonight.
You bet. Thank you.
The next item on our new business agenda is consideration to approve the final reading of ordinance 2021-01, re-extension of premises for restaurants.
Actually, there doesn't have to be another reading. This is an emergency ordinance for the bump outs. It was read last time, so all that needs to be done is if you all are approving it is, and I've run this by Attorney Kosnick, is for you to make a motion and approve it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance number 2021-01, an emergency ordinance of the town of Silverton for the preservation of health, peace, and safety to provide for the administrative modification of liquor license premises and the issuance of encroachment permits to facilitate outdoor dining within the town's right of way.
Thank you. Clerk, please roll call, please.
Trustee Burrow?
Recuse?
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee Wagner?
Yes.
Trustee Burrow?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Furman?
Yes. Thank you. Next item is consideration to approve resolution 2021-02, accepting completion of the construction contract by Strategic Construction Solutions. Administrator Edwards, does this one need to be read?
Caught me off guard. I don't think so, but first of all, does Director Sites? Is there any questions for Director Sites on this? Are you on, John?
And I do think since this is a resolution and not an ordinance, it doesn't need to be read.
That's my understanding.
I'm on now. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be read. It's basically just saying we paid them, they've accepted it, and it's to fulfill our loan requirements so that we can get our loan.
Right. Are there any questions though for Mr. Sites, Director Sites on the resolution? Okay.
So do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 2021-2, resolution of the Board of Trustees of Silverton, Colorado, accepting the completion of the construction contract by Strategic Construction Solutions Incorporated for certain upgrades to the town of Silverton's water treatment plant, as well as the rehabilitation of Tank 1.
Second.
Thank you, Trustee George and Trustee Brawley. Clerk Freeze, roll call, please.
Trustee Burrow?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee Wagner?
Yes.
Trustee Burrow?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Furman?
Yes. The next item on the agenda is consideration to approve the first reading of ordinance 2021-02, an ordinance revising municipal regulations concerning the use of residential property as vacation rental. And based on the recommendation of town council, I'm going to recuse myself, and he also suggested that I leave the room and not participate in discussion.
They were calling on me. I'm watching on my computer and I'm zooming in.
Hello?
And the same is the case for the following ordinance, so I'm gonna leave the room, and if Nathan or Clerk Freeze could come and get me when we get to item 8 of new business, I would appreciate it.
So in regards to the consideration to approve the first reading of ordinance 2021-2, an ordinance revising municipal regulations concerning the use of residential property as a vacation rental. There is a change, as noted earlier, that would be read and signed by Mayor Pro Tem Barney. That is the written change that would be put in there and how it should be read with your name, Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Okay. Are we ready? This is a big one. Here we go. Okay. Ordinance number 2021-02, an ordinance revising municipal regulations concerning the use of residential property as vacation rentals. Whereas pursuant to the authority conferred via CRS 31-23-301, the town of Silverton, through its Board of Trustees, town, is empowered to regulate and restrict the use of buildings, structures, and land within its statutory jurisdiction, so long as such restraints are determined necessary to promote the general health, safety, and welfare of the community. And whereas through such authority, the town has held allowing vacation rentals may be permitted within certain zoning districts only after prior approval has been granted through an established vacation rental application process. And whereas the town of Silverton has adopted regulations related to the occupancy and types of construction for the zoning districts per municipal code, chapter 16. And whereas the town board, upon witnessing increased interest in vacation rentals by property owners, along with a growing number of complaints from neighborhood residents, has noted that ordinance number 2017-09 is inadequate in fully addressing the impacts associated with vacation rentals. And whereas the utilization of single-family and multifamily homes as vacation rentals within residential zoning districts has negatively impacted the utilization, enjoyment, quality of life, and intent of residential zoning protections. And whereas property owners within residential zones have requested town staff to assist in finding workable solutions to problems that are occurring with the operation and management of residential properties utilized as vacation rentals. And whereas the proliferation of vacation rentals has decreased the availability of long-term rentals for housing of employees and residents who desire to live and work in the community. And whereas there is an acknowledgement that there are zones within the community that can better accommodate vacation rentals. And whereas the Board of Trustees deems it in the best interest of the town to place restrictions and limitations on the number of vacation rentals in certain zoning districts within the town of Silverton. Now, therefore be it ordained by the Board of Trustees of the town of Silverton, Colorado. Amendment 1. Municipal Code Section 16-1-60 is hereby repealed in its entirety, and the town adopts the following language in its place. 16-1-60, vacation rental permit applications. Number 1, purpose. The purpose of this section is to preserve the character and ambiance of Silverton's neighborhoods, to allow vacation rentals as short-term visitor accommodations within certain zone districts, to minimize the negative impacts attributable to vacation rentals and the associated increase in the negative intensity of their use, and to ensure compatibility with the existing surrounding land uses. These provisions are intended to address concerns regarding the use of residential units as vacation rentals on short-term basis by regulating guest turnover rates, housekeeping, maintenance activities, traffic, noise, overcrowding, health, safety concerns, on-street parking, and other adverse neighborhood impacts. 2, definition. Vacation rental is defined as a residential dwelling unit, including either a single-family home or multifamily dwelling unit, or the residential portion of a mixed-use building, assessed and taxed as a residential dwelling unit and rented for the purpose of transient lodging or transient living accommodations. A vacation rental, I think I'm boring, Anthony. A vacation rental is defined as a residentially taxed unit which is rented for less than 30 days. Hotels, motels, lodges, inns, bed and breakfasts, RV spaces, and campsites are not vacation rentals. Additionally, bedrooms within a single-family dwelling, multifamily unit, or mixed-use building are prohibited from being utilized as vacation rentals. 3, planning and zoning. New and existing vacation rentals shall comply with the following requirements and restrictions. A, permit required. Property owners are required to obtain a vacation rental permit to operate a vacation rental within the town of Silverton. B, non-transferable. Vacation rental permits are non-transferable when a change in property ownership occurs. All vacation rental permits shall be granted solely to the property owner or legal entity for the residential dwelling unit at the address shown on the application. C, caps by zone. Vacation rentals within the R1, R2, and ED zones are capped at a maximum of 8 vacation rentals in each of these 3 zoning districts. D, prohibitions. Vacation rentals within the BA, R1A, and P zoning districts and in the red zone of the avalanche hazard overlay district are prohibited. Note, as of the date of this ordinance, the number of vacation rentals authorized within the R1A zone is 1 and shall be reduced to 0 through attrition, with no new vacation rentals allowed within the R1A zone. And the number of vacation rentals within the R1 and R2 zones shall be reduced to 8 through attrition. No vacation rental applications will be accepted by the town of Silverton in any zoning district involving a structure that does not yet exist and/or has not yet received a certificate of occupancy, CO. E, separation distance. No vacation rental application for a structure in the R1, R2, or ED zones will be approved if the proposed vacation rental is within a 100-foot radius measured from the nearest property line of a currently permitted vacation rental, measured to the nearest property line of an existing vacation rental, excluding adjacency to any permitted BP zone vacation rentals. There shall be no minimum separation distance for vacation rentals in the BP zone. F, appearance. Vacation rentals shall not materially change the residential character, architecture of the outside of a dwelling unit as a result of its utilization as a vacation rental. The following are non-exhaustive illustrations of changes in residential character, architecture that are not allowed. Advertising, signage, and lighting, the construction of accessory structures that are not of the same architectural character as the residence, the emission of noise, glare, flashing lights, vibrations, or odors not commonly experienced in the underlying zoning district. Any additional exterior lighting shall be 0 cutoff, night sky preserving lighting, and be approved by town staff prior to installation and ensure that it does not create undue illumination on adjacent properties. G, parking. Guests shall park their vehicles and trailers on site within a designated parking area and/or on the public street directly adjacent to or nearest available space to the vacation rental, complying with the neighborhood parking pattern, i.e. perpendicular, angle, parallel. Parking shall not block fire hydrants, alleyways, or through traffic lanes and are subject to snow route parking regulations. The availability of guest parking on site and on street, as provided for in this paragraph, shall be considered in calculating the allowable and appropriate capacity of the vacation rental. Consideration shall be given by the applicant to avoid limiting impacts to adjacent landowner parking, impeding traffic, creating safety hazards, traffic and pedestrian. Violations of town traffic laws, snow removal regulations, the designated OHV route, and other applicable municipal codes will be considered in the calculation. H, signage. Vacation rentals are allowed sign or signs that do not exceed a total of 2 square feet. The sign shall identify the residential unit's name, wording commonly utilized in promoting the vacation rental, in a way similar to other residential properties that are not vacation rentals. An example of this would be Randall's Rest, which is a person's last name with 1 or 2 descriptive words to follow. Any commercial identification wording such as vacation or rental are not allowed. A residential appearance is encouraged with decorative elements that are compatible with the character and architecture of the vacation rental and neighborhood. Town staff shall approve the proposed signage as a component of the application reviews for new and renewing vacation rentals. Vacation rentals shall not have advertising signage other than that referenced above. Town required street addressing numbers shall also be prominently displayed. No signage is allowed to identify and or reserve vacation rental tenant or guest parking within the public right-of-way. Limited signage pre-approved by town staff is allowed to identify on-site parking and driveways. Vacation rentals within the BP zone are allowed signage that complies with section 16-6-10 to 16-6-70 signs and outdoor advertising devices. I, there shall be no variance applications approved by the Town Board of Adjustments for the purpose of allowing a proposed vacation rental where prohibited by the regulations described within this ordinance. J, vacation rentals that are located off the adopted town OHV route are forbidden from allowing any guests to access the property with OHVs that are not stored on a trailer. 3 reported OHV violations shall result in suspension or revocation of the vacation rental permit. 4, application requirements. All new vacation rentals require the submittal of a complete and accurate vacation rental permit application and associated fee. A, utilize the vacation rental permit application form provided by the town of Silverton, fill out all required information, and list attachments for a complete application form and submission. B, project narrative. A text description of the project, existing site characteristics, what is proposed, and how the proposal meets the applicable requirements of the municipal code. C, required maps and plans with graphic bar scale. 1, vicinity map. Vicinity map or aerial photo that clearly identifies with text labels the property, local blocks, lots, streets, and alleys. 2, adjacent landowner map. Provide a map with a 300-foot radius circle from the center point of the vacation rental property that indicates the adjacent landowner notification area. Indicate neighboring properties by name or other indicator tied to notification mailing list. 3, site plan. Provide a drawn to scale site plan of the property indicating with text labels all existing buildings, decks, walkways, trash bin, propane tanks, snow storage areas, on-site parking space or spaces and other relevant site features, and any proposed improvements within the property boundaries. 4, parking plan. At an identifiable scale, indicate the availability of guest parking, both on-street and on-site parking, provided for evaluation of tenant capacity. Indicate a proposed parking area for 1 passenger pickup with attached trailer. 5, floor plans. At an identifiable scale, sketch the residential unit's existing floor plans that includes all habitable areas, including but not limited to the number of bedrooms, baths, and other rooms, and their use names and fire extinguisher location. 6, proposed improvements plan. At an identifiable scale, sketch any changes which are proposed in the use of all habitable areas of the structure, including but not limited to the number of bedrooms, baths, kitchen, and other rooms and their use names, and any modification or additions that are proposed to the interior or exterior of the structure. Any structural changes or additions to the residential unit require a building permit per the provisions of the town building code. D, adjacent landowner list. Provide a list of adjacent landowners according to the current records of the San Juan County Assessor within a 300-foot radius of the center point of the proposed vacation rental property. E, adjacent landowner envelopes. The applicant shall provide 1 set of pre-addressed envelopes with first-class U.S. mail postage for each of the adjacent property owners to be notified. The envelopes shall be used by the town staff to notify the adjacent landowners that a vacation rental permit application is pending and that they may provide comment to the town. If an applicant is being placed on the waiting list, then forever stamps shall be placed on the envelopes. F, manager contact information for adjacent landowners. Inside each of the envelopes, the applicant shall place business card or 1-page flyer, providing each of the adjacent landowners with the names and phone numbers of the proposed primary and secondary managers of the proposed vacation rentals. G, deed, proof of the applicant's current ownership of the vacation rental per legally recorded document. H, insurance, proof of the town required property and liability insurance for the operation of the vacation rental. I, signage and lighting drawing. Drawing showing existing and proposed signage and lighting at the site. J, management information, listing of individual or individuals, owner, manager, management firm, local contact, backup contact, and all description of other management requirements per the provisions of this ordinance. K, additional reasonable submittal items may be required by the town staff to allow for proper evaluation of the vacation rental application. L, additional submittal items may be required to comply with other municipal codes. For example, a proposed vacation rental within the blue zone of the avalanche hazard overlay district may require a site-specific avalanche study and indemnification agreement. 5, owner restrictions and requirements. Owners of vacation rentals shall comply with the following. A, limitation of ownership. Only one vacation rental permit shall be allowed per person. B, permits and licenses. Owners of vacation rentals shall be required to obtain a vacation rental permit, current business license, and sales tax license. The required permit and licenses shall be obtained prior to operation of the vacation rental. C, fees. The vacation rental application fee and annual renewal permit fee are established by resolution by the town board of trustees. Vacation rental owners are required to pay all applicable taxes and fees, including but not limited to the vacation rental application fee, annual permit renewal fee, town lodgers fees, and state sales tax. D, inspections. Vacation rentals are subject to safety, fire code, and health inspections and shall be in compliance with all applicable building, fire, and zoning codes. Recipient of a vacation rental application constitutes permission by the property owner to allow the town staff to inspect the property for compliance with said codes. The structure for which the application is submitted shall be owned by the applicant, shall possess a certificate of occupancy, CO, be free from requiring major repairs, be adequately furnished and clean, and be in compliance with all applicable building, fire, and safety codes prior to tenant occupancy. E, insurance. Owners of vacation rentals shall obtain and maintain industry standard property and liability insurance required for the operation of the vacation rental. Proof of being able to obtain property and liability insurance shall be submitted as part of their vacation rental application. Proof of required property and liability insurance coverage for use as a vacation rental is required prior to the first tenancy in a new operation and for renewal of a vacation rental permit. F, safety. All vacation rentals shall have smoke and carbon monoxide detectors and fire extinguishers as required by town building code. Fire extinguishers locations shall be shown and described in posted guest information and supplemented with the floor plan, which shall include an emergency exiting plan. All windows noted for emergency egress and rescue shall be operational. All heating appliances shall be properly installed and combustion gases vented per code. No ventless combustion heating units are allowed. The building inspector, fire inspector may identify other issues required to be addressed prior to the issuance of the vacation rental permit. G, registration. Guest registration is required for all vacation rentals. The registry shall include all tenancies for that licensed year to date, updated with each tenancy. The registration shall include the name and address of the persons or persons that is contracted for the vacation rental, the number of occupants, the dates of tenancy. The guest registration shall be kept in the possession of the property manager and or the property owner and shall be made available upon request by town staff for inspection and photocopying. H, management enforcement. It is the responsibility of the owner and or manager or managers to self-regulate infractions and violations of this section, as well as other town codes and laws performed by or caused by the actions of the tenant or tenants of the vacation rental. Examples of this include, but are not limited to, parking violations, red alert snow removal violation, OHV usage violations, excessive noise, or other infractions that requires law enforcement response or result in a substantiated complaint received by town staff or elected officials. Management, owner, managers, shall immediately revoke the renter's damage deposit and or impose a substantial penalty. Management's imposed penalty shall be reported in writing, mail or email, to the town building code enforcement officer to be placed on file as a positive indication of appropriate management of vacation rental. I, town enforcement. In the absence of self-regulation of tenancy by management, town staff will collect documentation on infractions and violations of the municipal code, law enforcement reports, and substantiated complaints for inclusion in the vacation rentals file. At permit renewal or any time during the calendar year upon receipt of complaints, the town staff will review the vacation rentals file and determine if further corrective actions are to be taken, such as immediate suspension or termination of the vacation rental permit. J, annual permit renewal. Vacation rental permits are valid for the calendar year in which the permit is approved. Application for vacation rental permit shall be submitted each calendar year in accordance with application requirements. Annual permits expire on December 31st. Annual renewal applications are due by January 31st. The town staff may administratively approve, modify, amend, or deny renewal permits based on the renewal application and review of documented violations and complaints. Applicant may appeal administrative decisions to the town board. K, local contact and guest information. Each vacation rental shall have a designated local contact person. The local contact person may be a property management, real estate company, rental agent, or other person engaged or employed by the owner to rent, manage, and or supervise the vacation rental. A property owner may designate themselves as the local contact person if the owner meets the criteria of this section. The local contact must reside within a 15-minute drive of the rental property and be available 24 hours a day during tenancies for timely response to guest and neighborhood issues and concerns. An alternate local contact shall be designated, available, and meet the criteria of this section when the primary is not available. All local contacts shall list their name, address, and telephone cell number, and shall be posted in a prominent location within the vacation rental. Contact information also shall be provided to the town code enforcement officer. Any change to the local contact, name, address, or telephone cell number shall be promptly updated and submitted to the town code enforcement officer. 1, violations. It is unlawful for any person to use or allow the use of vacation rental in violation of the provisions of this section. Failure to be in complete compliance with this section at any time may be grounds for suspension or revocation. I'm having a hard time with that word. Of the vacation rental permit and business license. A suspension or revocation. Can you help me, please? Revocation. Thank you. I kept going to revoke. If necessary, shall be determined at the discretion of town staff. M, appeal process. Hearings and appeals shall be made in accordance with the town of Silverton Municipal Code. N, waiting list. Town will create and maintain a vacation rental application waiting list. The vacation rental application fee and business license fee payment is due when a vacation rental permit application reasonably completed as determined by town staff is placed on the waiting list. The application fee is non-refundable. A structure inspection may be required before an application is placed onto the waiting list. To remain in good standing on the waiting list, applicants shall pay an annual waiting list fee of $100 due each January 31st. If an opening becomes available for a wait-listed application, a structure inspection shall be required prior to tenant occupancy. If a wait-listed applicant is contacted by town staff about the availability of a permit, the applicant shall have 30 days to file an updated vacation rental permit application, if necessary, that meets all requirements of sections 4 and 5. 6, standards. Vacation rentals shall comply with the following standards. A, occupancy, R1, R2, BP, and ED zones. Maximum occupancy shall not exceed 2 persons per bedroom plus 2 additional guests. The town may modify a maximum occupancy based upon the following considerations: location, size, building, fire code requirements, parking, and or other site-specific neighborhood considerations. B, tenancies per month. In the R1, R2, and ED zones, no more than 5 tenancies per month are allowed for vacation rentals. There are no limits to tenancies per month in the BP zone. C, tenancy, all zones. A vacation rental owner may choose to rent their vacation rental for a longer term than 30 days to one tenant without penalty or loss of their current town vacation rental permit, so long as owner remains in compliance with all terms of the vacation rental ordinance. D, guest information. Each vacation rental shall include a guest information binder, which shall include but is not limited to local contact information, procedures for use of appliances and heating, safety and exiting, fire extinguisher locations, emergency services, designated parking, snow route procedures, and red alert notifications sign up. OHV route, trailer parking info, and mapping, and all other relevant information for the safe and legal occupancy of the rental unit. Include tenant conduct requirements where violation may result in the termination of the vacation rental permit, i.e. tenants and or guests shall not create unreasonable noise or disturbances, engage in disorderly conduct, or violate provisions of this code or any local or state law pertaining to noise, overcrowding, the consumption of alcohol, or the use of illegal drugs, and limiting loud noises and parties after a reasonable hour. Please note clearly management's, owner or manager's, revocation of the renter's damage deposit and or penalty for violations. The binder may also contain other owner manager requirements for use such as internet access, condition at the end of tenancy, comments, etc. E, application procedure. Only a complete application will be accepted and reviewed by the town staff. The town staff shall review adjacent landowner comments to assess potential issues with compliance. The planning director and building inspector will conduct an administrative review and make a determination to accept the application, reject the application, or forward it for review to the planning commission. The planning commission shall then make a recommendation to approve with conditions, reject the application, or table the application for further specified information. The planning commission's recommendation to approve with conditions or deny the application shall be forwarded to the town board, who shall vote to approve with conditions, deny, or table the application for further specified information. A legal notice is required to be published in the local newspaper at least 10 days prior to the town board public hearing. F, appeal process. Hearings and appeals shall be made in accordance with the Town of Silverton Municipal Code. This ordinance was published and posted in full on, do I fill in that date? Blank date of blank 2021 and introduced, read, and approved at the first reading by the Board of Trustees of the Town of Silverton on blank day of blank 2021 and read, approved, and adopted at the second reading following a public hearing and ordered published by the Board of Trustees of the Town of Silverton on this blank day of blank 2021. And I'll just make a note, attest Kelly Freeze, town clerk, and we'll revise Shane Furman, mayor, to my name.
Great job. There you go. Try reading that fast 3 times.
No, gracias.
Okay. That is the first reading. That's on the vacation rental. The next reading will be on the emergency ordinance. This has been changed to read because it will be signed if it is approved. It's for you. Actual one, since you will be voting on it and signing it. It'll be signed this evening. Go ahead and put that as a play as recommended by the.
You know what? Look what I brought for myself. Thank you, Nathan. So this is what we read.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Let's double read that line.
I stand corrected, sorry. We will do a vote on the first reading of the ERB.
Does that come with any discussion or is that just it?
You wish to discuss?
And not,
You would open it for discussion now?
well, let me just make sure. I just wanted to clarify if it's possible on J with the expiration of it. Do we notify the property, like, do they, when they sign that contract, if they just know that it will expire on December 31st, are they notified? And if they choose to not respond, will it just go dormant and then hit the waiting list? Is that what that looks like?
The way it has been done is that the responsible party is supposed to come and pay when the new year hits.
And if they don't?
The technicality of that is if they don't, then that'll be up to the building inspector.
With that, if they don't pay on the 31st when it's due, there is a $25 late fee that we charge on top of that.
Okay.
And usually they're allowed through January to pay that and before anything, a complete penalty is done.
Yes.
That's done administratively.
Okay.
So I thought the previous ordinance that we had was in pretty good shape. I do realize that we're trying to scale back a little bit on what we're allowing in the R1, R2 and the ED zones. I think it would have been helpful to see a red line of what exactly got changed here. I'm just curious if interim administrator Edwards or if our planning director Adair would be interested in speaking as to why we're making these changes.
But also, I think Trustee McDougal is gone for the evening, but he worked on those too. Lisa?
Yes, I can try to answer any questions you have.
The question by Trustee Weigert was why were these changes there's not a red line, and why were these changes made? And probably what specific changes were primarily made?
Yeah, and the reasoning.
We are establishing a waiting list, and we are reducing the overall number of vacation rentals. And we also spent about a year cleaning up the language, some of which was conflicting, and application requirements that were unclear. The main reason was lowering the caps in the outlying residential zones.
I'll answer a little too. Some of it was redundancies as well. There were certain sections, and unfortunately I did not bring my red line copy because we did have one as code committee. We all received one, so unfortunately I didn't bring it. I would have passed it to you, knowing that would have been a question. A lot of redundancies, a lot of contradictions. One thing would say use by right, and then a paragraph later in the same zone would say use subject to review. So it was cleaning up a lot of that. And Lisa and Bill worked on this. Lisa, like she said, for the last year. The biggest, I guess, was the reduction numbers, which Lisa spoke about, and making sure that we have less density into neighborhoods. That was a really big concern that everybody had brought up. We had already had the setbacks, to the 150 feet from each other, but there were multiple applications in one block on Stoughton where literally every other house could be considered. So it was just cleaning up all the language. And I feel that Lisa and Bill did an amazing job on this. We at Code Committee, we only argued over very little because they had done such an amazing job bringing it to us without all of the redundancies put in. So I'm very happy with it. We worked very hard, even on committee. We've been meeting since October.
about this, and I'm very happy with what it came out to be. So hopefully the board is as well.
Thank you, Trustee Barella. And I wonder if you could just remind everybody who's on that code committee for me and for other people that are interested.
It's myself, Mayor Furman, Jim Harper, and then previously it was Administrator Ryder, and then Lisa Adair and Bill McDougall are the staff that we meet with. And Anthony came in on this last one that he sat in was his first one as interim.
And so I'm just curious about this whole process here. I appreciate the mayor recusing himself from the discussion, but it seems that he's had a hand in the development within this through the committee. Is that correct?
Not for the most part. We did argue about some semantics. Most of this was already laid out by Lisa and Bill and prior Administrator Ryder, with probably, I would say, probably 90% of the content. Mayor Furman made sure, I can't remember where it is, but he wanted to make sure that it was stated properly, that it was the owner entity, right? Because you could have a company and your company could come in and purchase it. And so he wanted to make sure that that was all clearly stated on how each one of the person who owns it was clarified on each of the applications. And then I think the only other thing that we made sure, trying to remember now, was the reduction in cap. And I was the one actually pushing for all the reductions in each of the neighborhoods based on just things that have come to me through the community. I know a lot of people do like them in their neighborhoods, but I know that we were getting a little bit too much of a density problem, and it was reducing our housing shortage for the locals. So you can blame me if anybody wants to get mad at me for pushing down the number. And I was glad that the rest of the group agreed with that in reducing the number. And trying to think if you can think of anything else for discussion. He is going to recuse himself as well. He was given the same instruction to recuse, but he was allowed to listen.
I was given the same instruction by council to recuse myself from the vote and the discussion. For transparency purposes, I don't feel like I need to leave the room. I don't want to leave the room. I want you to see me. I'm here. But as a hotelier, like our mayor, it was advised by Attorney Cosmic to recuse ourselves from the vote.
And I'm just wondering if we need to re-examine what kind of say these committees actually have in the development of these codes, because it does not seem that either of you recused yourself from the discussion within the committee meeting.
And that is correct.
Well, I would like to state that I don't think when this new board was elected and we were all volunteering ourselves to be on different committees, that we knew that this was going to be the very first thing on our agenda. That's the only thing I can say. I thought we were going to be working on avalanche zoning for homes to begin with, but staff felt that this was a far more pressing need. So, yeah. And all of those meetings were open and available for the public to listen in. That we did. We had them all broadcast from inside this room.
Trustees, this is Lisa Adair, and I'd like to note that I began revisions to this vacation rental ordinance approximately 4 months before the election.
Trustee Wiegert, is there anything that you feel like just in this document itself is missing or needs to be noted, or more of just like an overall committee?
Yeah, I'm just curious of the perception that we're giving here. We've got work that's going on in essentially a trustee meeting situation. It's noticed. 3 trustees are present. A quorum, if I'm not mistaken.
Quorum is 4
Is it
for
4?
7-member board, so quorum is 4. That's why we're allowed to have committee meetings. That was instruction that was given to us in 2018 by, or no, 2019.
Unless there's another trustee that decides to attend.
That's true. I don't believe we ever had any other trustees sit in or listen on any of the meetings. But they were all open for anybody to zoom in on.
What thoughts do you have, sir?
If you'd like, before we continue to vote, to get the red line from Lisa as trustee members, I'd say do it, because that way you can actually see what was difference between the original that we're repealing and replacing with. Lisa, do you still have, or I actually might be able to pull it up in an email.
Is this a document that's been made public to general?
Was it posted?
On the internet?
Would you mind clarifying the current document before us or the red line version?
Red line version.
I can look that up, but I'm unsure if the red line version is on the Google Drive.
So I do know that during committee, we asked every single, Mr. McDougall presented us with a list of every single vacation rental and every property manager who takes care of each of the locations. And each one of them was given the red line version to read, as well as the current one that Mayor Pro Tem just read, in order for them to have any additional input to see if there was any minutia that was missed. Lisa, do you remember any of the comments that came back from all those? I believe it went to 3 different community members. Is that correct?
Approximately 50 owners and managers of the existing vacation rentals were given the documents. The majority of them just wanted to clarify what was changing, and I did not receive any comments back from any of them requesting any changes to the document before you.
And Anthony, or sorry, Administrator Edwards, does this need its own separate public comment before we vote on it?
No, it's the second reading that does.
The second reading only? Okay. And I would like to see a red line copy, I guess, just to identify the changes and just see them. Was the initial document a percentage of housing allowed for vacation rentals, or was it just a set number like this?
It was a set number.
Okay. And my only concern there is if we did grow exponentially, we were able to mitigate avalanche hazard, we're able to grow way past what we see now, is limiting ourselves to it like a set number, hamstringing us in the future. Obviously, I don't think too many vacation rentals are a good idea, and I think this document looks really good, but that was just one question I had. But yeah, no, I would like to see a red line document. That would be great.
Do you have it?
Yes, I just found it is in the Google Drive. It is under 02-23-21 OPC meeting packet, and it is redlined. So it is open to the public.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
I thought it was. But
okay.
Thank you for
Okay.
We're trying to get everything open to the public unless it can't be.
Those are my only concerns, just a little concerned about the procedure. I also saw something else going on and that we'll talk about on the next item on the agenda, but as far as what this is written, the way this is written, I'm in favor of it.
Did you just send all the trustees the red line copy?
I am getting that together now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Because we could table it and come back as soon as if everybody wants to look at the red line copy.
Come back to motioning next meeting.
No, we can actually come back to it even this meeting.
We got a motion today.
Yeah. Yeah, so we could table it for a few minutes until everybody receives the red line copy and we could move on to the next. Do you need a computer you can look at it at? Tablet?
I've got the
Yeah. Okay.
fire provided by the town of Silverton.
We want to what is the pleasure of the trustees? Do you want to look at the red line until you're ready?
I am pleased to know that the red line was made available to the public.
Okay.
And so as long as the public has had a chance to see the changes, I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Yeah, and as long as we don't need to allow,
For the same way.
that's fine. And as long as we don't need to allow public comment at each reading, then,
No.
okay, that's good.
I'm good making a motion to approve it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, you have to read it.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance for the first reading of ordinance 2021-02. An ordinance revising municipal regulations concerning the use of residential property as vacation rental.
I'll second it. And I guess without Mayor Furman, Clerk Freeze, we do a roll call, right, for this? Great, roll call, please.
Trustee Brewer,
Yes.
trustee Harper,
Recuse.
trustee Wager,
Yes.
trustee Cameron,
Yes.
trustee George,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Yes.
Let the record show that Mayor Furman also recused. Okay.
Okay. This one, okay. All right, so now we'll do the reading of ordinance number 2021-04, -04.
Oh, wait, oops, sorry. Wait a second. Where's 21-03? Did we change something? How did we go from 2 to 4?
Oh, yeah, right. So this one is 03 and this one is 04.
So they both,
Good call.
so it needs to be 03.
Wait, hold on. Am I reading the wrong thing?
Hang on, I know. Let me get caught up.
It should be 03.
No, this, right, it should be 03, but this is the one.
So
Hold on.
you should have ordinance number 2021-04. That should read 2021-03. An emergency ordinance of the town of Silverton. So the emergency ordinance shall be read as 2021-03.
Okay, I'll start again. But I have the right thing in my hand, right?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Okay, first reading of ordinance number 2021-03. An emergency ordinance of the town of Silverton for the preservation of health, peace, and safety to amend the municipal code of the town of Silverton, Colorado to establish an architectural review overlay district and associated regulations. Whereas the town of Silverton, the town, is a Colorado statutory municipality governed by its elected board of trustees, the board. Whereas pursuant to the authority conferred via CRS 31-23-301 et sec and CRS 29-20-101 et sec, the town is empowered to regulate and restrict the use of buildings, structures, and land within its statutory jurisdiction, so long as such restraints are determined necessary to promote general health, safety, and welfare of the community. Whereas the Board of Trustees in the town of Silverton desires to make certain additions to section 16 of the municipal code of the town of Silverton, Colorado. Whereas the San Juan Regional Planning Commission has reviewed the proposed additions to section 16 and has made a positive recommendation to the town Board of Trustees as required by municipal code. Whereas the United States of America has designated the town of Silverton as a National Historic Landmark and a Preserve America community by action of the National Park Service. Whereas there is a real and immediate concern that development within the proposed district can threaten the town of Silverton's designation as National Historic Landmark and Preserve America community. Whereas the Board of Trustees held duly noticed public hearings to receive public comment, evidence, and testimony relative to the proposed amendment to the municipal code. Whereas the San Juan Regional Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees have determined that the town of Silverton retaining its designation as a National Historic Landmark is in the best interests of the citizens' health, safety, and welfare. And whereas the board finds and declares that it is necessary to the immediate preservation of the public peace, health, or safety to adopt the regulations contained herein in order to protect the town of Silverton's designation as a National Historic Landmark and preserve America community. Now, therefore, be it ordained by the Board of Trustees of the town of Silverton that 1, amendment. Section 16 of the municipal code shall be amended to include a newly created division titled Division 6, Architectural Review Overlay District, which shall read as follows. Division 6, Architectural Review Overlay District. A, establishment of an Architectural Review Overlay District. This ordinance hereby establishes a Town of Silverton Overlay District titled the Architectural Review Overlay District, AROD. The requirements for the Architectural Review Overlay District shall be in addition to all underlying zoning district and overlay district requirements. If requirements differ, then the most stringent shall apply. The boundaries of the Architectural Review Overlay District are shown on the Architectural Review Overlay District map, which is hereby made an official part of this ordinance. A copy of the Architectural Review Overlay District map is on file in the office of the town clerk. The Architectural Review Overlay District encompasses the land adjacent to and visible from Silverton's herein designated Heritage Tourism Corridor, including portions of Green Street, State Highway 550, and Blair Street. B, development in the Architectural Review Overlay District. 1, procedure. 13 copies of a site plan and building elevation drawings showing the structure as viewed from the Heritage Tourism Corridor shall be submitted to Town Hall for review by the Planning Department and the Town Historic Review Committee. If an existing structure is present on the project site, 13 copies of old photos of the existing structure taken 50 years or more before the submittal date shall also be submitted. 1 envelope pre-addressed, including postage for each adjacent landowner within 300 feet of the exterior boundaries of the project site. A list of the adjacent landowners and the currently adopted application fee is also required. The planning director shall provide an administrative review to determine if the application is complete. Additional submittal items may be required by the planning director for good cause. The application will then be forwarded to town staff and the Town Historic Review Committee. After reviewing the submittal, the Town Historic Review Committee shall approve, conditionally approve, table for additional review, or deny the application. Decisions may be appealed to the Silverton Town Board of Trustees by the applicant filing a written appeal within 30 days of the committee's decision with the town clerk. 2, intent. The intent of this district and standards is to preserve the historic character of Silverton and the town's designation as a National Historic Landmark. Decisions will be made based on the proposed structure's compatibility with nearby historic buildings, the original and historic facade of existing buildings, the aesthetics as viewed from the main heritage tourism thoroughfares of the Heritage Tourism Corridor. Incorporated into this ordinance for purposes of review, approval, and denial of the proposed design are the following. The regulations contained in the Historic Overlay District section of the Municipal Code and the 2 publications of the Town of Silverton entitled Preserving Silverton and Builder's Handbook. 3, applicability and permitting. The standards and review procedure in this section apply to new construction and to any facade or exterior building alterations on existing structures as viewed from the Heritage Tourism Corridor, excluding items of routine maintenance. For proposed exterior work other than routine maintenance, the approval of the committee is required prior to any exterior demolition and/or renovation within the Architectural Review Overlay District. Compliance with this ordinance is required prior to the receipt of a building permit for construction within the Architectural Review Overlay District. Construction without a building permit is subject to fines and a stop work order as specified in the building codes adopted by the town of Silverton. 4, additional design standards. A, existing historic buildings and existing buildings over 1,000 square feet in floor area and over 50 years old within the architectural review overlay district shall not be demolished without the applicant adequately demonstrating to the historic review committee that repair of the building is not feasible. B, as viewed from the Heritage Tourism Corridor, proposed visual aesthetic modernization of the historic architectural style facade of existing structures in the architectural review overlay district is not acceptable. C, the committee may add site-specific conditions of approval to individual applications with the intent of retaining the town's historic landmark designation, including but not limited to the following elements visible from the Heritage Tourism Corridor: site layout, site building orientation, landscaping, screening, fencing, architectural, structural, mass, and scale design requirements for the purpose of compatibility with existing structures, signage and lighting requirements, restrictions regarding outdoor storage, junkyards, reflectivity of building materials, windowless walls, garage doors, service yards, storage yards, and facilities. Above ground utility components, grading and parking lots, and conditions on proposed design components which will be visible from the Heritage Tourism Corridor. Attachment, page 4, Architectural Review Overlay District, AROD map. AROD. 2, emergency declaration. The board hereby finds, determines, and declares that it is necessary that this ordinance take effect immediately upon approval in order to protect the public peace, health, and safety by preserving the town of Silverton's designation as a National Historic Landmark. Town of Silverton, Colorado Emergency Ordinance 2021-03, Architectural Review Overlay District, introduced and adopted by the board this 12th day of April 2021. Attest, Kelly Freeze, Town Clerk, Sally Brown, Mayor Pro Tem. Then there's also a map included.
And for the record, the ordinance that was originally released as ordinance number 2021-3 is, or excuse me, 2021-4 has been corrected to 2021-3. And what's before us now is the Mayor Pro Tem Sally Barney's name has been has replaced Mayor Furman, who has recused himself. We would open up for public comment, and we'll have to revisit the previous one after this that we did for the VRBO. So we should open for
Okay.
public comment at this time.
We'll open for public comment at this time.
We do have one participant that's had her hand up for a while. I don't think it was about this ordinance. And Austin Lashley just raised his hand.
Yes.
Okay, Jane.
Jane, if you can hear us, will you unmute?
Jane, can you hear us?
One to Austin Lashley, Commissioner Lashley.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Okay,
We
good.
can.
All right. I just had a couple comments regarding the vacation rental ordinance. I think it might be worth considering the caps in each individual district based on kind of their best and highest use. Like maybe it's not appropriate to have as many vacation rentals in R1 as it is to have it in ED areas. And yeah, I mean, I understand that we've got a problem with housing, and vacation rentals are seen as, you know, part of the problem. We have We have a short-term rental problem too, where we have a pretty big lack of available beds for people to stay in town here. But I definitely understand that it's worth reconsidering the vacation rental ordinance, and thank you guys.
And is it possible to hear? Does Jane still have her hand up? No. Okay. So now should we allow for public comment on the architectural overlay?
Yeah, let the record show that I mistakenly advised about the public comment on the first reading of the vacation rental. We'll need to revisit that, okay? At this time, my suggestion would be.
Do you mean revisit that later in this meeting or
Yes,
our next?
yeah, and no, later in this meeting.
Okay.
We're on the emergency ordinance for the architectural review overlay district. And if there are comments on that, this would be the time to bring those to the attention of the trustees. There being none, we'll close comment.
Close public comment on ordinance number 2021-03, but do we still have trustee discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this what you had a comment on, Jess?
Well, I'd like to thank interim administrator Anthony Edwards for getting this done so quickly. This is something that the planning commission's been working on for 5 or 6 months now. And happy to see it here in front of the board. This is something that's going to help protect our view of the main street in town, Green Street, and also at the Y. And I see this as adding value to the historical aspects of Silverton. I did think it was interesting that the planning commission had recommended approval for this. And then this got bogged down within another committee meeting in the code committee. And it was sent back to the planning commission with revisions to include Taylor's addition, which the planning commission felt that should be addressed in a whole nother ordinance. So again, with these committee meetings, I wonder if we're bogging down the process going back and forth. But I'm happy to see that this is an emergency ordinance, and really pleased to see that this is gonna hopefully be passed before major construction begins. Got a lot of interest in the available lots on Green Street, and I think it's important that we preserve our historical character.
Trustee Wager.
Trustee Varela.
So to be fair, Lisa brought this from the planning commission to the code ordinance committee. And she said it was a dire and pressing need. And we are not sure how it got lost in translation, other than it was Administrator Edwards' second interim day, I believe, on the job, and he could not make the meeting. And I was hesitant to move forward with that meeting that day, because without having the administrator there, it got lost in the minute. I mean, it just, because Lisa said, please, we need to do this. Here we go. And Anthony wasn't there to say, okay, this is what we've got to do. So Bill and Lisa brought it to us. Lisa said, hey, let's just get it done. It was recommended that we include the hillside, and then it was removed for the Shrine Hill. And that will be coming up hopefully in a different ordinance with the recommendations of both boards. So I do feel bad for Lisa, because it was there and it was pressing, and it should have been on an agenda at least 2 weeks ago.
And I was double booked. I didn't recognize I was double booked in meetings, and I didn't recognize the importance, but we have it now. It's going to be active if we vote on it. And I appreciate you bringing it to our attention, how important it is.
And I don't make the comment to call anybody out in particular, but I do see to do with the planning commission recommending approval and then this going to a committee of 3 trustees that are then changing the recommendation of the planning commission and sending it back. So are we really placing value in the opinion that the planning commission is expressing if they've recommended approval for the town board of trustees? In my opinion, it should just go straight to the town board of trustees. It shouldn't be bogged down within the various committee meetings. And I'd like to hear what other trustees feel about that, but it just seems like we could streamline the process a little bit.
I think trustee Harper had a comment.
Yeah, no, I can comment on that real quick. Our little subcommittee got really excited when it came to protecting our historic corridor. So we decided to throw in the hillside. That's what happened. Plain and simple. And then per your recommendation and the committee's trustees' recommendation of removing that, resubmitting it, that's where we are today.
Yeah.
Out of sheer excitement for our historic preservation.
Yeah, we did. We all were like, oh my God, we got to protect everything then. So, yeah. But back to your point, initially, I'm not sure why it came to us as a committee either. It was not within the scope, but Lisa had just said, oh my God, I've got this. We've got to get this done. And it wasn't even actually on our agenda. It was at the very end of the meeting that it was brought to us and introduced. So I'm not sure, maybe because it was introduced at the end of that meeting and we didn't really know anything about it, that's how come it ended up back in committee a second time. I have no idea, because normally it would be, as you said, the procedure is to go from the planning commission back to the board because it's been hashed out and reviewed already. So it might be just the turnover and the change and changing of the guard once again, that everything gets lost in translation. I don't know, because we didn't know anything about it before that day. And then, yeah, we thought it would be on the next agenda as well.
Yeah, so not knowing the backstory about all of this, I was actually really grateful to see something like this come up before the building season. And I had a couple questions or comments on the document if we can move on from the process discussion. Are you comfortable with that, trustee Uyghur?
Yep.
One question I had was the idea of the photos of the existing structure. And I'm imagining that the intent there is to be true to the historic nature of the structure. I'm just wondering about the 50 years, because that puts it at like in the 70s, and I'm thinking about architecture in the 70s, and I think it seems like what we're trying to preserve in Silverton isn't the architecture of the 70s. We're trying to preserve architecture before the 70s. So I don't know like what the year is there, or how that number came about, or where we got 50.
Lisa Dare.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Lisa Dare. I forget. This is tricky for me.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney.
Sorry, Adair, yeah.
The 50-year request is because that's what's considered historically contributing. And the 50-year-old photos is because if historic photos are required, that's normally going to be one of our cornerstone historic structures in town that have no protection right now. And the historic review committee generally wants to see, what did the building used to look like, in 1910, or any photos that can be located that are older than 50 years. Sometimes we are limited to only being able to find some pictures from the Library of Congress that are from 1970. So we're looking for any photos of our downtown historic structures that would be at least 50 years old and hopefully twice that.
Older. I see that, or more. Oh, yeah, I see that. Okay, thanks, Planner Adair.
You're welcome.
my other question, wait, is this, sorry, it's all right. Great.
Yeah.
4A, additional design standards. I wondered where it says, and I don't want to wordsmith this or be semantic here. I just, where it says applicant adequately demonstrating to the storage committee that the repair of the building is not feasible. I also wondered if there's like a reasonableness to that. Like it is feasible to repair a roof with, I grew up in a really old house, so this is really real to me. Like it had a slate roof. So we could have repaired it with another slate roof, but it wasn't really reasonable to put a slate roof onto the structure or something like that. I just wonder about how limiting the word feasible is or how specific it is. And that's for planner Adair.
The purpose of that section of the proposed ordinance is to prevent someone from coming in as they could do right now and demolishing one of our 100-year-old buildings. And all I could say about the feasible is that you would have to trust the judgment of the Town Historic Review Committee. There are a few structures in town that may not be feasible to be saved, but most of them would be feasible to save them. There's one in particular I could think of, but I don't want to call out any one particular building. But you could add financially feasible, but all of that ends up being subjective. Even the word financially feasible, someone would have to adequately demonstrate to the committee that there isn't any feasible way to save that building. And then the committee would have to, okay, demolishing one of our historic structures that are large enough to be historically contributing and
renovated.
Right. So I do see this ordinance as a starting point, and I think over the next couple of years, it should be improved upon with more specific language.
Okay.
That's a key.
That's helpful because that was my final comment, I promise, is in B. And I'm assuming that modernization is in bold because that's one of those places, planner Adair, where you may go back for more specificity because it just gets so subjective. And I've seen in my hometown where the more subjective it is, and then the more favorable a committee member is to a certain member of the community, it has kind of destroyed some certain buildings just because of subjectivity and like the people who serve on those committees. So just trying to think about how to be as specific as possible to reduce subjectivity, to increase protection for these buildings, but also not box ourselves in or be unreasonable.
I think as we go forward, whether it be amend this to have more specific criteria, or as the review committee continues to make these decisions and those are annotated, these things will come out.
Right.
I'm just going to say that because of the nature of where we are, if there is, I'm not going to assume where anybody's going to vote, but if there's any question, anybody's on the line, please bring it up. We do need all the trustees for this to go through. We'll have to have a unanimous vote.
Oh, because it's one reading.
Yes, it's done as
Emergency.
Yeah.
Okay, so trustee Bierma?
I'm good with things as they are.
Yeah, I support it.
Yep.
Okay, well then, should we have a motion to approve ordinance number 2021-03? An emergency ordinance of the town of Silverton for the preservation of health, peace, and safety to amend the municipal code of the town of Silverton, Colorado, to establish an architectural review overlay district and associated regulations.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please, Clerk Freeze.
Trustee Rowland,
Yes.
trustee Harper,
Yes.
trustee Wager,
Yes.
trustee Zimmerman,
Yes.
Mr. George,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney, please,
Oh, wow.
please sign here. And then Clerk Freeze, I'd like you to come date and sign that copy. Let the record show that the ordinance is passed. That's 2021-3. And Lisa Adair, please be advised, that is in effect as of right now.
Great, thank you so much, Planner Adair. In the.
I know how long this is getting. Mayor Furman, we are going to open this back up for public comment. Yes. Can you please go? So we are open back up for public comment. We're going to take a revote on the VRBO ordinance. If there's anybody that would like to, the public comment is now open for the VRBO. It looks like Marley Roberts. Marley, I believe you're allowed to talk at this time.
Sorry, this isn't Marley yet. We've been using the same computer. This is actually Julian Roberts. I actually just had a couple of comments for I really like the document. It sounds like you guys worked really hard on creating something that was really equitable for the entire community. So I really appreciate you guys for working on that. It's really, really cool. My first point, I would like again to urge a 5-year permitting, a continued permitting cycle for individuals who currently have VRVOs or who would be able to then have their sites permitted, and then have that list be a rotating list per the cap that is set out by this ordinance, so that everyone who wishes to utilize their property as a vacation rental can do so. It's not preventing people from capturing a piece of the pie, and those who are already set up for establishing, or who have already set up for a VRVO situation can still have the opportunity to retain some of that income, but it is just more equally distributed. The second is I feel like there should be a definition of a person also as like an organization or an entity that has been established through any sort of legal organizing document. I think that's important. I don't know if there is a delineation or if that's something that's defined in like state language or whatever, but that was just my 2 cents on that. 3 is a maximum vacation rental cap in general. I think that we're all expecting this town to grow. And I think that with that in mind, and with the potential for increasing different zoning districts, I think we should set an actual number as well. That way, worst case scenario, the entire BP district doesn't get bogged down. I also would ask that the BP district have a cap of some kind. I think that is could be potentially really bad news for maybe some of the smaller businesses in that district. who then are like, well, this is who get kicked out for one reason or another, because it's more profitable to rent out that space than to have it as a retail front or whatever it may be. Also, I guess a question, and I guess it doesn't need to be answered this evening, but what the average residence volume per residential zone is, and why that number of 8 was chosen. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Twenty 2021-02.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the first reading of ordinance number 2021-02, an ordinance revising municipal regulations concerning the use of residential property as vacation rentals. Okay, roll call, please, clerk, please.
Trustee Brewer?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
Recuse.
Trustee Wager?
Yes.
Trustee Zimmerman?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Shane Coleman?
You guys missed me.
You missed out.
Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom since it's done.
All right, next item on the agenda is consideration to approve Summertown special event application.
Mr. Branner?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. So we are excited to be bringing Summer Sounds back after a hiatus last year due to COVID. We're looking at a 4-concert series as we've done in previous years, and I'll be working with the OEM team on COVID safety around that. As you know, we are in level green right now, which there are no state restrictions on unseated outdoor events in level green, and even one level up in level blue, there are no restrictions. So we're hoping we'll be able to pull that off in Columbine Park. And I'll have some contingency plans in place in case the levels change and we do end up with some restrictions. If you recall, last year we had contracts with talent with last minute cancellation clause due to COVID, and I'll be doing the same thing this year as well, so that we don't end up stuck in a situation where COVID regulations don't allow the event to happen, but we're in a bind with a contract. So all of the musical talent's been very flexible and excited, and there'll be more information released shortly about the series, but excited to bring it back again for next year. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
I have no questions, trustees. We're short too. We may just want to hold for a second for Administrator Edwards and Trustee Barella to come back.
Sure, no problem.
It's so exciting, Lisa. I'm so happy this is happening.
Yeah, I think it'll be really nice to bring the community together again. It was just such a nice, experience for everyone, people of all ages, coming out and enjoying the park together, enjoying music. And I look forward to being able to bring that back again this year.
Trustee Barella, did you have any questions related to the Summer Sounds application?
Nope.
Right. Do I hear a motion to approve the event application?
Yes, for sure. I'll make a motion to approve the event application.
Second it. Thank you. Clerk, please roll call, please.
Trustee Barlow?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee Weiger?
Yes.
Trustee Greenwood?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Kirkland?
Yes. And then I'd like to just gauge how everyone feels. It's 10:18 PM. Eric's been here since 7. Is it possible? I know that Lisa's queued up to keep going on the Kendall RFP, but do we want to bump the OHB recommendations up so that Eric doesn't have to hang with us any longer than necessary?
Yeah.
I'd be fine with that.
I just.
Okay with you?
I'll be right back to the bathroom.
Okay, it seems like that what's been proposed is to move number 11 to where 9 is right now.
Correct. Is that okay with you, Administrator Edwards, or do you prefer to keep the?
I just, go ahead.
If I may weigh in, we're not actually intending to present, discuss, or vote on the Kendall RFP tonight. So I think I can be pretty brief on that, but I leave it to your discretion.
My thought was there were a lot of public comments on it tonight, and there's a likelihood of trustee discussion, and I just didn't want to.
Yeah, that's okay, but I am gonna let Ms. Branner have the option to go ahead and check out. She's here when she needed to be on leave.
Let's keep this, let's just flip Columbine Park and OHVs and move forward with Kendall RFP since Lisa's queued up. How about that? Is that an okay compromise for everybody?
I think so.
Right.
Is that all right, Eric? We're gonna go ahead and do the RFP. Okay.
Sorry, Lisa, you're welcome to go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. So in your packets, you will see a revised draft of the Kendall RFP. This is incorporating the public comment that was received from the community. And as I mentioned earlier, we're not intending to actually present this document or have a lengthy discussion this evening. The Kendall Committee was hoping to request a work session with the trustees at a future date that is convenient, knowing that tonight's agenda was packed and there are a lot of other topics to be discussed. So the group was simply hoping to give the trustees and the community ample time to read and familiarize themselves with the document prior to a work session. And then I leave it to the trustees' discretion as to when they might want to schedule that. I'll also defer to Mayor Pro Tem Barney if she has anything she'd like to add as the chair of that committee. And that's pretty much all I have to say on the topic, unless there are further questions or unless Trustee Barney has more.
Sorry, Director Branner, I didn't realize you were gonna queue it up. I'm sure you covered it. I wanted to make sure everyone heard that the document did incorporate quite a bit of public comment and that it was reviewed by Paul Kosnick, our town attorney, and that we're recommending a work session. Tonight is not an evening for voting. That's what you said? Okay.
In a nutshell, yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Trustee Rowe.
I just have one quick question. I see that all the letters that were turned in were with it. What about the vocalizations? Was any of that record kept or done in notation?
That information is loosely transcribed in the minutes from that meeting. And the video from that meeting is also on the town YouTube channel if people would like to watch that after the fact.
Thank you.
What's not in this RFP that we would be covering in the work session? Is there some ambiguity as to what the board is asking for or what they directed with the RFP that we need to then go into a work session to review it as trustees?
It would just be to offer trustee comment on the document.
In addition to that, I think the committee is seeking further direction from the trustees on recommended next steps, which are outlined briefly in that memo.
Yeah, of course. Right. Thanks.
Would the trustees like to take a moment to acknowledge or discuss any of the public comment received?
I feel like it'd just be good to hold it for a work session and take it all at once rather than a little piece here and there. That'd be my preference.
I would say that there is at least from the comments tonight, there was a strong push to use our limited resources in other directions. And so I just want to be receptive of those comments and make sure that the trustees wish to have a work session in the near term with respect to those comments.
Are we picking a date?
Well, I guess my bigger question was, with so many big things going on, are we continuing to look at this with a work session?
So you're asking whether or not we want to do a work session or what?
Or not. I'm just saying, a lot of people ask us not to do this. And so I want to have a discussion in front of the public about, are we acknowledging those and choosing to continue the diligence? Or do we want to have a discussion about something else? And I just want to have that as an open discussion. It's perfectly fine if we want to keep going, but I do want to acknowledge how many public comments we received asking us not to.
12. I think our time might be better spent in another work session about affordable housing. I don't. I think that the majority of people I've spoken to aren't very happy with this RFP or the idea that it's based on, which is a private-public partnership. And I think until we get what we have in order in town, moving forward with a giant project like this might be irresponsible. And housing is clearly the concern, and going ahead with this is not going to address that problem. So that would be my 2 cents.
So yeah, I will acknowledge that there are 12 comments this evening asking for the RFP to stop. I don't know that if we had put out a call for everyone's opinion, that we would not have had other opinions. So we heard 12, but and I agree with Mayor Furman that we should honor, we need to, I hear that concern. I think this work session that the Kendall Committee, and full disclosure, obviously I serve on the Kendall Committee. I think that the request of the committee isn't necessarily to put out the RFP at the end of the work session. I think it's to put the process before the trustees and have the trustees weigh in on what the next steps of the Kendall Committee can look like. And so, I think our housing crisis we've acknowledged has been a crisis for many years, and it didn't just start this year. And to try to delay or further, to just stop projects because we have a housing crisis, I think it would be ideal to see us juggle and balance and try to work towards lots of projects simultaneously. And I do agree that this one is a huge deal, but the work session isn't necessarily designed to be a process, to be a be all end all of what happens at Kendall. It's certainly not a planning session at all. I think it would be a really useful discussion to have the trustees weigh in on the direction that they would like to see the committee go. And it would definitely help the committee make better decisions as they go forward, and understanding what the will of the trustees is on the next steps. And so I think without that work session, it leaves the committee stranded a bit.
Trustee Burrow.
So I agree with trustee George, and I hear what you're saying, Sally, as far as the committee goes. But I did listen to the entire call. I was live on it when the meeting happened previously. And there was a lot of people who did express the fact that they were interested in having it expanded, but not to the degree that the committee went for, which was based on the SE group, which is what we have heard time and time again. So if it's a discussion about the RFP that's currently in front of us that's wanted, or is it a discussion about the further, if we ditch the RFP, what should the committee really be focusing on? Is that what you're asking?
I would love clarification on that for sure, to have the trustees give a direction with next steps, yeah. And I think the RFP is embedded in that because it's obviously the step that we're currently working on. And if it's also, the RFP does not have a plan embedded in it. So potentially the RFP is released and a partner comes along and says, one lift and improvements to the ice rink. Yep, great, I can be a friendly partner for the town. Then that is a fit for the community. And I actually want to kind of back up there. I'm not making a determination this evening about whether or not the RFP is released or not. I just think we're kind of in this moment where we've gotten the RFP this far. It's been reviewed and created, and now the trustees need to, it's time to have it come before the trustees and have a discussion about the Kendall project. And Lisa, please feel free to redirect me or stop me where I'm off here, but.
No, I think what you're saying is accurate. And I'd like to also remind everybody that this committee is working on behalf of the trustees to research this project. This is not a plan at this point in time. It is a proposed next step so that we can actually get into a planning phase. And the premise behind that is simply that the town doesn't have the financial resources to develop Kendall. And so a partner could come in and assist with that process, bring capital to the table. It would still be maintained in town ownership. If you read through all of the documents that the committee has put out there, many of the concerns that the community is voicing are concerns that the committee members have had themselves. They are addressed in those documents. And I simply, at this point, since we don't actually have a plan, we're trying to get to the planning stage. I think the group simply wants some direction from the trustees about whether we're moving forward, whether there need to be modifications to this plan, whether the RFP needs to be modified in some kind of substantial way. It's up to the trustees to give this group direction on where you think it needs to go next. They've done their best as far as researching the issues and presenting information. And ultimately, the decision lies with you. So, Sally, I don't know if there's anything else you want to say on that topic, but
No, not really. Yeah, I don't anticipate it needs to be a long work session. I don't think there's a lot of work to be done. I think it would just be a time to carve out where we can all discuss our thinking about the next step. And it doesn't have to be that the RFP is released or that it isn't released or that it's released with these conditions or, I don't think like having a work session is a determination of an outcome of what we do. It's really just the moment where we're at in the process of this multi-year project to stop and be engaging with trustees and getting direction from this group. So I think without a work session, it's hard to know what to do next.
And the reason for a work session as opposed to presenting at a regular trustee meeting is in order to just engage in more significant discussion.
That's my thinking on it. Lisa, did you?
Yeah, I would agree. And if you look at the way that this process has unfolded over the last several years, there have been periodic check-ins with the trustees to say, okay, here's where we're at now. Here's what we see the next steps as being. And do you want to adjust this? Do you feel that the group is headed in the right direction? And this is one of those touch points where the group needs direction from the trustees. So I think it is largely about having a discussion about next steps.
Discussion is needed. I think we're way beyond a touch point.
Yeah.
Clearly overwhelming, verbal, written, obviously folks showing up tonight. The plan as is does not work for the folks that are chiming in and speaking out. And we work for everybody here. We work for the public. And they're clearly saying this doesn't work. So yes, I think discussion is absolutely needed. Trustee Bell?
Yeah. So back in November, when we met before in reference to this topic, and same sort of discussion came up, I had suggested that the committee slow their roll, I think was my exact words, to figure out once again what the pulse of the community was. And it wasn't until, when was that, last month? That was facilitated as an open discussion with the public at large. So transparency is the biggest issue of what most community members that have reached out in reference to the committee. And so if it's going to be a work session, public comment is typically not allowed. So what are we asking for here? Because if you're asking what the public wants, and in reference to what we've heard tonight and all of these attachments and what I listened to directly on that meeting that evening, based on that, we've got tons of public comment. Are we going to discuss what's been said, or are we going to allow, or do we need to put it in a different fashion? Because we've got two different types of sessions. We've got an open session right now, which is subject to the public review, everything. And then you have a work session, which is the public is allowed to listen, but they are not allowed to comment. So we need to make sure that it's one or the other. If we want to do it now, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit tired. And then let's do it now. Or if we're going to move it to a work session, are we going to allow in a special work session to have public comment?
If I may weigh in there, the last work session we did allow public comment. And I also would like to give the committee members the benefit of being present for any discussion, that substantive discussion that's had amongst the board about this topic. It's their work, their volunteer hours that went into this, and I really would like them to be able to participate in that conversation.
I mean, I think if we open it up to public discussion, is it going to, will it stay civil? Will it stay on time? And I mean, I know there's a lot of people that are really pretty vehemently opposed to this issue.
If you would have listened to the session that the committee did with the public, they did limit it there again, just like we do with public comment. And then people were allowed to come back in and comment a second time. So if we go with that forum, you know, I'm all for the actual open discussion of what's in here and what each one of these letters say and what direction most people are asking for. Which is a little bit more in line with what the RNPP scoping says, and a small amount of expansion rather than the large expansion. It's really obvious from all the comments. So yes, are we going to schedule a work session and make it a special meeting so everybody is allowed to participate? Or is it just going to be a work session?
I would just want to clarify a couple things. I think we have heard a lot of negative comments. I think if we were to have this work session with open comment, we might hear more balanced comments. I think we often hear on all issues the people who are more upset about it than the people who are supporting it. That's not to say that there are more or less of one or the other. And so I do think that opening up to public comment and letting both sides speak and being able to gauge from that session what the current temperature of the community is would be helpful. I also believe that we've listened to a lot of community input over the last 2 years on this topic, both positive and negative, and that maybe the work session would be better served as just a trustee check-in point for the committee to provide direction on what this board wants to see from the committee at this stage. And so I see pros and cons to both, so I guess I defer to the overall group. Do we want to have this as a check-in so that the community can have an opportunity to support their for and against feelings of this, letting everyone know that this is going to be used as a moment for us to gauge how the community feels, or do we feel like we have that sense from all of the input already received and it's just time for us to have a discussion about what to do? Trustee Burrell.
Just to one point you spoke about, that it would be balanced comment. I would have to say that during the session that was done, it was balanced comment. There were a lot of people asking for something to go forward, and they were very positive about moving forward, but not the size and scope that was included in the RFP. That was an overwhelming notice from me listening to the entire thing. And so people are in favor of something, but not necessarily the scope and size that was there. So if we're just going to give direction, you know, where were the 3 options? Everybody's always asked about these 3 options, 3 options. We were given 1 option rather than 3 options. So where was the 2 run or the potential 3 run or all the way to 800 acres? Where was all the intermittent stuff in between? So, and I think that's part of what a lot of people wanted to see and hear.
Yeah. Would you mind if I speak?
No, go for it.
I think the issue with the options when it pertains to Kendall is that something that comes out of the planning process. And this is more of a information gathering process to discover if there's a private partner who would be willing to come in and say, oh, you don't want that option, you want this option, I'm not gonna do that. Or you want that option, I want this option, I can be flexible. Or we don't know what sort of private partner comes to the table. If a private partner comes to the table, because the RFP isn't a plan with options laid out, I think that's what you're speaking to. There isn't a plan in the RFP. The RFP is a request to have a partner who would be willing to come and work with the town on a really small scale project at Kendall. If that's number 1, not the will of the trustees that we engage a private partner, that's one thing. We still don't have a plan for Kendall. Or number 2, if that is a situation where we do engage with a partner who seems willing to keep Kendall small and family friendly and in the vision of what the community is asking for, then that's sort of like the next step of engaging with the trustees. And maybe we don't even want to find out if a private partner, maybe just it doesn't matter. Friendly, unfriendly, big resort partner, small scale partner, it doesn't matter. And maybe at that point, we're like, we don't care. We don't want to work with a private partner. Let's give that direction to the committee. But I think the touch point where we are is in not necessarily, it's not an option touch point. Option touch points come when we research and understand our funding possibilities and who kind of has what vision. And right now we don't have an option to present to the committee. Or to the community. I am in complete agreement with every single comment that we heard tonight and the comments that we heard in our RFP revision session, which is no one wants to see Kendall being a big resort. And if a private partner comes to the table and that's their presentation to us, then they are simply not a viable private partner. And maybe we don't want to find out if that private partner exists, and that's fine too.
If I may weigh in.
Trustee George first.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Thanks. So I want to be really clear that the RFP is not prescriptive in terms of acreage, lift, all those kinds of things. That happens in the planning process. And some of the references in that document that people were reacting negatively to as far as acreage, those were informed by things in that viability study that the town commissioned about 4 years ago. And the committee has since revised this RFP to take that language out. And just feeling that that would be more reflective of what the community is asking, that we're not driving for a particular acreage. We are looking for somebody to read the documents that have been created that explain the community's stance on the vision for Kendall. And it's up to that partner to bring the proposal to the table, and then the community to say thumbs up, thumbs down, or how do we modify this?
Trustee George.
You're next.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious as to, like, a lot of, since we're here and we're getting into it, a lot of the verbiage in the RFP says we're looking for a private partner that, you know, thinks outside the narrow realm of shareholder returns. And I'm sorry, I went to business school and I studied specifically resort management, and I think that's a unicorn. Nobody is going to give us millions of dollars and not expect shareholder returns. The only thing, they drill it into us in school. Your number one responsibility is to your shareholders. It's not to a community. It's not to, you know, skiing. It's to making money for your shareholders and your investors. And the other thing is, all the resorts that we studied and we did at school, they don't make money off of skiing. They don't make money off of concessions. They make money off of real estate. And so the idea that there's no other option than a private partner, you know, I guess why weren't the options, instead of 800 acres, 400 acres, 200 acres, why weren't the options, here's what we could do with a private partner, here's what we could do with a loan or money secured against the town, I guess. So that would be something that I would ask. And yeah, and a lot of it isn't acreage for me either. I've heard a lot of people say that they are not willing, or they don't want the town to enter into a partnership with private money. They're worried about how that entity would work long-term, and whether or not they would put us in a bad position where they might agree to all of the things up front, and then down the road, you know, hold us hostage or use, you know, their power with either legal power or more money to then, you know, sue us or try and change our building codes, et cetera, in court to make us do what they want us to do. And that is what a lot of the concerns that I've heard. And so at this point, I wouldn't be in favor of a private partner. I don't think you'll find somebody that's just going to be a benevolent cash cow for town to spend as we see fit without them having any input. I don't think it exists.
Trustee Barella, Trustee Harper, Trustee Dermer.
So I concur with all statements made. Return on investment is the number one thing you do learn. And yes, that was one of my major issues with this as well. And you're saying you want additional information and you were just looking for the private partner. So what was the request for information for? Was it not developed well enough to answer all of those questions and it was put out prematurely? So why wasn't this done as another additional RFI instead of done as an RFP? Because one is for information, the other one is for proposal, as if the project is moving forward. So if you're saying that the information was what was needed, then why wasn't this reintroduced to the board as an additional RFI that could be produced?
I can jump. I'm going to play devil's advocate for myself with what I want to say later, but I would say that the RFI was because the committee at the time was really curious what was out there, and they really were information gathering. And then just a reminder that the RFP is an RFP for a master planning process, not an RFP for development. And so that's just to address your specific question. I'm going to go ahead and disagree with myself in a few minutes, but let's go.
Okay, because it does say, this is a proposal for qualified professionals or individuals and firms interested in exploring a joint venture partnership for the expansion of Kendall Mountain recreation, the community focused in multi-season recreation. So that contradicts your devil's advocate just there, so.
Right, well, I mean, my understanding is this is an RFP for a master planning process, not a development.
Correct.
Well, then why are they asking?
Why are we asking developers?
Why are we asking developers?
And
There's
really, the RFP process has been answered by the people. The people have spoken. Plain and simple.
Some people.
It's overwhelming tonight, overwhelming via your work session that was open to the public. And I hope each and every Silvertonian takes advantage of the YouTube channel that has that recording from the other night so they can hear it for themselves. Whether you're for it, whether you're against it, whether you're neutral on it, everybody needs to watch that.
I would also encourage people to watch the original Kendall visioning meetings from 4 years ago.
And thank you for posting that, because that was what I was going to say. But I encourage every single Silvertonian to watch it, so they can learn what their neighbors are thinking. That's it.
Trustee Behrman.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what I was gonna say now. No, I just think we've had so much feedback on this. I have total comfort and confidence that we can have a work session with just us to at least give them direction, whatever that direction is that we come to. If we're getting pretty far down the rabbit hole at this point.
Permission to speak freely. I want to go ahead and publicly disagree with the criticism this committee's received with respect to transparency. I think this committee's done an amazing job since the beginning, being open to the public, and many other committees and boards and processes have mirrored the process that this committee established. So I want to start with that, saying that I think this has been such a public process that it has received lots of input, both positive and negative, more negative lately. I also want to say that just because we're really far down this path doesn't mean we're not allowed to change our mind. And I know that the prior board set this direction based on the committee visioning that happened 4 years ago, where there was overwhelming support for increased terrain. And then this board has continued the process, but I mean, my perspective has shifted in the last year with all the information we get as trustees. And our entire town's framework is different than it was when this started. When this started, we were in kind of a dire position as a town. We were worried about all of our infrastructure falling apart and people living here and having a diversified year-round economy. And in the last year, a lot of things changed that made this place a lot more stable. We're just talking about how much money's in the bank right now. That's very different than 12 months ago. So I want to make sure that we don't feel like we have to do something just because we have momentum in a direction with respect to that. I also want to say that Lisa has done an incredible job through this whole thing, and that she's been following our direction from the beginning. So I don't want Lisa to be vilified as somebody who's pushing something that's become publicly unpopular, because she's just doing what we've directed the administrator to do, who's directed the staff to do. And I just want to applaud Lisa for putting together a very professional RFP and managing this process despite a lot of public criticism. And then lastly, I want to say I really mean it when I talk about community first. And the things that I think should drive our decision here are what is in the best interest of the community, and how do we frame that? Not just who are the 12 people that spoke tonight or the 11 the other night, but the sum total of what's the whole community need and want, and what's in the best interest of that community. And I think after saying all that a work session with the board would be super helpful to talk about what that means and how or if this project fits into that.
Yeah, I guess I'll permission to speak freely as well. I have served on this committee. It's been an honor to learn from Lisa about how something like this can be run, how to be transparent, how to be thorough, how to be professional, how to be really well researched. And I think the process itself has had a lot of integrity. And that said, as a member of this community or as a trustee, I certainly am not going to come to this group of trustees and try and push Kendall through if it's the wrong thing for the community. I'm not here to sell Kendall. I am not here to sell the RFP. I'm not a salesman of this project. I love Kendall, and Nico was right. I love Kendall, and I have said this since literally the first meeting of the committee. I love Kendall exactly as it is right now. I think it's perfect. I spend so much of my life over there. There is really nothing that I feel like needs to change about Kendall from the perspective of a ski area. I think the enthusiasm of the community when we started the visioning process, imagining Kendall being more for kids and not having the middle schoolers and the high schoolers go to PERG and everyone being over there and just having, I don't want to say like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a lift. I don't know if it's 5 lift. I don't know what it is, but I know that Kendall is awesome. I think it's perfect the way it is. I am not here. I am not a member of this community to try and ram some agenda down anyone's throat. I'm perfectly willing to be flexible and hear what people have to say and walk away if it's harmful or if it's a bad idea. And I would do that with, it would be a lot of volunteer hours that have gone into learning. And I think this is a moment where we would be stopping right at a point where, you know, maybe something could happen, but if it can't, it's not something that we need to have. We do not need to hate each other over this issue. Kendall is not about hate. It is not about divisiveness. It is not about, I don't know, like a lot of these big issues that have been really intertwined into the discussion, and housing's been, you know, brought up and made a part of it. And the Kendall Committee from the very outset of this process has identified housing as a need. It's put it in the recommendations. It's identified, you know, workforce needs and recommendations. It's brought up real estate speculation as one of our major topics. We've discussed the character of the community countless times. This is not a committee that wants to exist if it's not furthering the wishes of the committee. And I personally am not on this board to push a Kendall agenda.
I'm going to make a suggestion. Did you have anything to say, Trustee White?
I think I've stated my comments clearly on the record in the past, and I would just like to say Trustee George made some great comments tonight, and I respect where he's coming from, and I'm fine with the work session. I think it should be a work session before a regular meeting. That way, anybody who has any public comment has a chance to state that in the regular meeting, but
I'm gonna say, sorry, Trustee White. I'm gonna make the suggestion that work session's not chosen right now. We have a directive right now for housing. We have a whole bunch of things to do in the next couple of weeks. That's what the emphasis has been on. I would suggest that on April 26th, we have an item on the agenda that we do talk about setting a work session for us to go and meet with the committee, the Kendall Committee, in the future after that meeting to discuss how the community wants to go forward. I mean, the board wants to go forward. And I'll tell you why. For all of those who've ever volunteered, you know that you would like to know whether you are staying on or going on, or there's a different direction, which I think will be fine. You can set a work session right now. I think that it would probably be better when the committee members who've spent that time for the last couple of years can be around to identify a time that works for everyone.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Make sure that everybody that put time in has a chance to show up to a meeting.
Yeah. So we would put it on the agenda on April 26th to set a meeting with that committee, with this board. In the meantime, we have a lot to do that has been cut out from what's been presented tonight, as far as staff time and the interim.
Does that work for everyone? Sounds good.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, everyone.
So if it's still okay with everybody flip-flopping to put OHB recommendations at this point and then follow with Columbine Park bathrooms.
In regards to the OHB recommendations, I don't know if, Tyler, Trustee George and Trustee Barella, both of you are on the board. I think either one of you could take the lead on this at this time, or if you're comfortable doing so. The page is 108. Is your dad?
I've got 109. I know.
We were just talking about columns.
I'm curious how long we're actually gonna go tonight because, we still have a major portion of the agenda ahead of us as far as continuing business and finishing the new business. And I think that it would be appropriate for us to determine a hard cutoff and tackle this in another meeting. Otherwise, I could see us being here till 2 a.m.
That's fair enough, Trustee Weigert. I would ask that you're talking about a time. I would ask that we do two things because of time sensitivity. One is the OHV recommendations. And then the second would be for us to discuss the bathrooms. And if we're going to go that direction, the potential for a grant application to match that money with if we decide to go.
I think the planning assistant conversation is just as timely and important.
What's that?
The planning assistant conversation, I think, is just as time sensitive.
Would we prefer?
I don't think I signed up for an 8-hour meeting when I volunteered to be a trustee. I think this is, it's a stacked agenda is what it is. And I don't think it's fair to keep, especially working people here beyond midnight. I mean,
that's fair enough.
To me, I would like to say a hard cutoff of midnight. I think a 6-hour meeting is long enough.
That's fair enough, Trustee Weigert.
Well, should we set a midnight cutoff and then move through as quickly as we can? Or
I'm good at being speedy.
That's
far away, guys.
Challenge. Okay. Trustee Barella, do you want to go, or would you prefer I do?
No, you're the host of you're the chair.
Okay.
Host of the party.
All right. So the OHB working group has come together. We have identified the idea, or we've responded to what was requested of us, worked through it. The education part, we have the website, OHB integration, social media, flyers, pamphlets, the idea of public announcements on 92.5 and QR codes. The second part of that is enforcement, higher fines on citations was suggested, vehicle trailer parking, trailers, vehicles should be directed, noise curfew enforced, OHB curfew enforced, and then mitigation signage, physical route markings, trailer staging areas, dust control, OHB liaison, explore education, safety course testing, funding resources and traffic study, and then the staging area considerations, which are being explored with the county. I think the primary issues on the that need to be looked at sooner rather than later, at least to be discussed tonight, would be related to funding available. And I don't know, is Mr. Seitz still on, Director Seitz?
Oh, yeah.
Director Seitz, can you clarify for me, just and for the board, as it relates to dust control, what additional costs out of the budget that we've approved already that we would need for that?
To do the route again, it would be approximately $10,000.
Okay.
But it's not just a dollar amount. It would take quite a bit. It would disrupt our workflow, and that's something that we would need to plan for. And you know, it may not be that smooth the first time we do it. So it's not just the dollar amount, it's also a resource drain.
Okay. In regards to, do you have any thoughts or ideas on the cost of signage, Director Seitz?
Not in front of me, but I presented it twice before the OHV committee. There are a lot of different numbers regarding signage, striping, and other types of things. It's going to cost some money depending on what we want to do.
When it comes to signage and striping and those activities, those will be additional costs depending on what we want to do. It seems like the idea would be to have some sort of direction on what the board would like to us to price out, and so we can go get those numbers. I want to go ahead and Eric, do you want to weigh in right now, or?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think that the committee worked well, and there's a lot of good ideas in here. But, a lot of them are going to cost some money. And that's really kind of, I think, where we're at, is looking for some direction. And a lot of these things are going to take, it needs to happen quickly. Like if it's to be implemented by Memorial Day or June 1st or whatever, we need some direction quickly.
Trustee Rose.
So it was Tommy Whiff who volunteered to push a striping machine on Blair Street, 7th and 14th to create the route marking. And he came to me with a paint striping machine, motorized compressor model. We moved it to my inbox in Amazon, just because it was the easiest way to find it. And the types of traffic paint which are used. And I've got it all here. And then $2,150 was offered up from the Alpine Loop OHV Association to help pay for that striping machine. So, but it would not belong to the town of Silverton. Town of Silverton would have full right and use of it, but it would belong to whomever donated to happen. If the powers that be, this is just what was brought to me. If the powers that be that control this item wanted to eventually give it to town, blah, 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 whatever. It's quite an impressive machine. It was not included in any of the packets because this was outside resources that were going to donate time and money to purchase it and to move forward with that. So that was one item that did not have to be paid for out of the town of Silverton's money, just to be clear on that. And that goes into, where is it? Physical route marking, a blue stripe painted on Green Street. Well, it's more than just Green Street.
On the route.
On the route.
Yeah.
It would be on the route.
And
yes.
You, Eric or Molly can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was one of the most supported ideas from the OHV community.
Ideas, and especially by Sheriff Conrad.
Right.
He was of the opinion that that's the only idea that will actually really work.
Can you see if Sheriff Conrad's on here?
I'd like to just say that the town owns a push striping machine. So it would really just be the paint and the labor. And if Tommy or someone else is willing
Not like
to
this one.
labor, then it's just the paint that we would need.
In one of the committee meetings.
I'm
sorry.
I wanted to make sure the sheriff was promoted to be able to engage in this discussion. Go ahead, Eric.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, in the meeting, we talked about the town's, push striper, and Tommy offered to push one, and I offered to purchase one that's a tow behind, like we can tow behind a razor. We can do that, and I'd be happy to do that if the town sees that. So we have options there, and a lot of people who want to help. So I don't see it being a big issue, the striping.
Private partnership to me.
Volunteerism.
So Sheriff Conrad?
I am here.
Would you like to weigh in on this OHV working group document?
Sure. I'm not sure if y'all gonna want me to weigh in, because I gotta tell you, I'm even more frustrated now than I have been during this session. I think this is edging on ridiculous where we are now. We're 10 years into this. We are talking about the same things over and over and over again. Now, great, we're gonna paint some lines on the ground. The issues are so much bigger than that. And for this to get kicked to buried this deep in an agenda 5 hours into a meeting is not doing it any justice. This is a very important issue to this community. And I think that we are really failing with this all over again. Extremely frustrating. I think that where this is going to place us again is that we're going to wind up having this go to ballot issue, and we're going to get it shut down rather than serving this well and creating any justice for this issue. We're going to have it just be shut down. So if that's where we are, that's where we are. Been trying to do my best, but I think that we're really failing this issue.
Do you have any suggestions, Sheriff Conrad?
Yeah, I've put forward my suggestions in the first meeting. I didn't make the second meeting. I wasn't made aware of. But in the first meeting, I put forth a whole ton of suggestions, basically creating something that's viable, something that will work for the whole community. We're in this position right now where we feel like we have the business owners that feel like they cannot do without the OHV crowd, and we have residents that feel like they can't live with them. And we're in a really unfortunate situation here now. But again, the issue is that we've kicked this idea around. We're 10 years into this. We're 10 years into this, and we're still talking about the same stuff and haven't done anything. So now we're going to paint lines in the street. That's great. That's going to maybe get some more people on the route, which is one of the bigger issues. But there's so many other issues when it comes to parking and comes to I can't even get into it now. I'm exhausted myself. I think that what if this was going to be successful for our community, what we needed to do was create a viable staging area, like I had tried to present a number of times over the past few years. I know that there's a lot that goes into that. That's one of the things that would be a good long-term plan. But right now in the short term, great. Let's paint a blue line and watch this year be miserable again. If it even makes it that far, because there's already people putting petitions together. I think that what's going to happen, unfortunately, now is that it's just going to get shut down because the community is really sick of it.
Okay, one of the primary, and there's differences of opinion on this, but one of the primary suggestions was signage. There is question about what type of budget we could work with on signage. So we have a $10,000 cost to do for dust control, which let me make clear, dust control probably is needed in the community, whether there's ATVs or not. I would suggest that that's an issue with all traffic. We have a lot of traffic in the community.
Okay. Oh God, no, I'm getting too tired too. One of the items in here, dust control was one, the staging area, and what Sheriff Conrad did bring up at a different meeting. We did include that in alternative access to town staging area. Proposed area include Lackawanna Road to 10th Street, located through Kendall Parking across the river to the depot, Sunnyside property towards Tailing Ponds, and then existing areas included at the end of 7th. So it was Sheriff Conrad's idea to put in an additional route near the Lackawanna to divert a lot of the traffic off of the congested area. And that would involve a bridge, staging areas outside of town. So these were all included, Bruce, just so you know, in this document. And it is getting late and we are all getting tired. And I appreciate all of the comments. We do have a larger issue, which includes a lot of the county. But once again, we have to remember our purview is only what we can do within the town city limits based on a current ordinance. So part of this will go to a larger discussion, and whether or not it's the vote of the public, it's the vote of the public. The additional mag chloride is definitely needed. Even on Race Street where OHVs are not allowed, it's always a dust bowl where I live as well. We used to water more, just saying, rather than necessarily always needing additional mag chloride. The trucks used to be out a lot more watering in my lifetime here. And then staging areas, we can talk about them till we're blue in the face, but where are we going to put them? We also only have a $5,000 budget currently in as a line item. And I think I asked previously for a inventory of signs that were removed. So do we know how many existing signs we do have versus what we are anticipating to order? So a traffic study, volume study, everything that everybody came up on this committee, these are amazing things because this is how you have to fix something. And it has come up before, but we also did not have any direction from the previous board. There was a lot of, anytime it would come up, it would be stifled and we would never even talk about it. So I'm glad it's actually open and it's being discussed rather than just being ignored. You've brought it up before. Community members have brought things to you. Last September, Mr. Keene said he brought you some things and we have not been discussing it. So I'm glad everybody's here. And you had something, so that's why I'm just getting tired, you guys. I'm failing.
So I observed all of the working groups that are task force sessions so far, and it was impressive to see a large number of people participating and being really collaborative. So it's cool to see that. And I think the task force put in a lot of effort to put this together so far. But the direction that I requested was kind of 3 options. This is way more than what I had initially asked for in terms of a bunch of options, but I think it's also kind of like overload in terms of looking at it and picking out like which of these things work well together. What does it cost? What combination is successful? My suggestion would be to look at this in terms of what's the lowest overhead, lowest cost collection of these options. What's the middle of the road one? And what's the like best case scenario? If we had all the money and time in the world, what would we do? That I think would give us a much better sense of how to move forward. I have to say that I'm pretty offended by the idea of a motorized river corridor. I mean, we just had so many long discussions about what was going on with Silverton Lakes RV, that the idea of that is absolutely ridiculous in my view. I'm not opposed to a staging area and finding a way to route it around town, but to use our river corridor is, I think, offensive. And then the last thing that I want to say is the elephant in the room is we have a petition in front of us that's been accepted by the town to vote on OHVs. And it's really hard, no matter which way we think it's going to go, to make a decision about what volume of resources to use with a citizen petition that is out there in front of us. And so I really honestly have no idea what framework we should apply as a board, knowing that that's there and coming up at the next meeting. And I would love direction from anyone and everyone on how they think we should handle that, because I don't have an answer.
I would just say, I don't think we can give good direction until after the next meeting, until we have a better idea of the OHP petition of potential timelines at least, so then there can be contingency plans based upon that. Hard to plan.
I have a question. For either trustee Barilla, trustee George, or Mr. Lawyer. Sometime this past year, our signage was taken down from the poles, San Miguel's poles. Did we ever find out why?
Yes.
And can we put them back up?
I can answer that. I called Jeremy Fox directly, who is the, whatever he is, of San Miguel Power, and asked him exactly what the decision was to remove them and why. There is a complete process that you go through with any power company, San Miguel is ours, about how you utilize their poles in your city. So there was a previous plan that was in place from years ago, and signs were added without permission, and they deviated from the initial plan. So the plan was brought back in front of the San Miguel Power Board, and they voted to have them taken down. And then Jeremy Fox said that you go through the process, you tell them what signs you want and where you need them, they will tell you where you can place them. So it's a process. It is not a difficult process. It might be a long process, but it's not a difficult process to just come up with a plan of what you want, and San Miguel Power will walk you through where the placement can be, because they are their poles. They have to be able to spike in and access up, just in case there is no cherry picker available at the time. That is the reason the decision came down from San Miguel Power to answer the question.
Do we still have those signs?
That's what I had asked for the inventory of what signs were taken down and what availability we have to reuse them in a different location.
We have all of the signs that were taken down at San Miguel's urgent request.
Right. Thank you.
So in regards to the petition that's been put in front of us, if this board votes, it's my understanding that if this board votes not to approve the petition, then it goes to a referendum amongst the town. So
It goes to an election.
Goes to a special election, so either way, there's a chance that OHVs won't be allowed in town, depending on what the electorate does or depending on what this board does.
That would be
this summer. So I would move forward with an eye towards I don't think we should sit around and do nothing and wait for a vote. I think we need to try and implement as many of these things as we can that are cost effective. If it's using the old signs, great. If it's painting some lines on the road, great. But I think sitting on our hands and waiting for either this board to vote to approve it or the voters at large to vote to approve it, we should be doing something about it. So if we could get the board to show us maybe what like Shane said, the most cost effective, and then and I think that we should look towards, doing what we can with an eye towards spending as little money as possible, just in case, if for some reason the OHVs are voted out of town, then we didn't spend a ton of money trying to mitigate a problem that is no longer going to be ours.
we have a timeframe if the board does not approve the petition and it goes to a public vote or, goes to a vote? Do we have a time frame on that? Because, part of what we are talking about here is private citizens devoting time and money to this. So it would be nice to know, we are gonna have, as a business owner, who's making investments all the time. Are we going to have this summer? If this vote does happen, when's it likely to happen? I know you guys don't have an exact date, but is this something we're gonna see before Memorial Day, or is this something we're gonna see in September, October?
Good question.
I would,
That's,
yeah, I don't.
Mr. Loki reached out to me, because if he had to refund the entire summers, this was his quote, worth of business, because he would lose reservations completely across the board if this was done now, and it would basically put him out of business at the RV park down there. So he was wanting to know the exact same thing. I don't have an answer because it's based on what the clerk has. If it goes to a public vote, it has to be done between June the 6th and September the 4th for a special election. So I believe it is up to the clerk to set that agenda if this board votes to decline the petition and have it go to a special ballot election.
So the short answer is we don't know yet.
Okay, San Miguel expedite putting back up our signs.
If a plan was started, they said they'd walk through the process, but I don't know how often they meet. My dad was on that board and held a seat there for 12 years, but I never paid attention, so. Mr. Rhodes,
We can contact San Miguel in the morning.
yeah, his name is Jeremy Fox. I can give you his number if you want. I did provide it to Mr. Seitz as well. I hooked the two of them up. I gave Jeremy's, Mr. Seitz phone number.
Yeah, I talked to him and also the head lineman, and both of them were very concerned about the safety hazard. That was their main concern because the signs create a safety hazard if a bucket truck is not available, which in Silverton, usually they have one. If it won't start, then they have to climb the pole with spikes. 3 o'clock in the morning, no light. It's a safety hazard. And they both told me that they were going to be against it because of that reason. Now, we may be able to get signs on the poles, but that's what they intimated to me. So just so you all know, I don't mind going through the process if directed, and I certainly will. But I spoke to both of those gentlemen, and they were against it personally, and they have a lot of sway in that decision.
So that is a completely different answer, and I've said this before at our committee meeting, than I was given when I spoke to them directly.
So we don't have a whole lot to go on in terms of what we can use to make a decision tonight, but I think we could say that the citizens of Silverton would love to see a little bit less dust. So I don't think it'd be a bad idea, OHVs or not, for us to look at increasing mag chloride or watering the streets. That's just a good step forward if we have budget for it. So I would say that's something that would be nice to look into, prepare for, plan for. It also sounds like the striping of roads is pretty low overhead and cost, and that signs or no signs, the only reason the striping would be a bad idea is if OHVs ended up not being in town this summer, but that seems relatively unlikely. So striping, if that makes the route more visible and easy to follow, and someone off route being like, do you see a blue sign or blue line here? No, okay, here's your ticket. That seems like something we could prepare for as well without wasting a lot of town resources, even if something changed. So it seems like those two things we could say sounds pretty good. I know the visual impact of the blue lines has been something people are not excited about, but it sounded like from one of the task force meetings that it would take 2 days to clean it up if it needed to be cleaned up, something like that. So if that is the case, that also is not like a major detriment to the town, it's permanent. So that would be my suggestion today with the limited information we have, is to move on those things and then to evaluate as more information becomes available.
So are you making a motion or suggesting that somebody make a motion that we allocate approximately $10,000 or $10,000 to additional mag chloride and monies, I don't know what to suggest, towards paint for striping?
I would defer to Director Seitz and yourself in terms of if that's money well spent with the information we have, but it seems like that's an improvement no matter what happens.
I want to say that you just said 10,000 to mag chloride. Let's not forget the fact that we can water more to help the mag stick more. So I would say that that would be a very good allocation of Townworks time with very little cost impact to water more with the option of bringing in additional $10,000. Because don't forget, you can do one or you can do both. So let's look at doing both because it's an overall dust mitigation for the entire town, regardless of usage. Okay. And Tommy Whiff will be more than happy to purchase this. I know that the one that John was talking about was a little bit more old. If Tommy wants it, let's just let him do it because he's willing to do this. It's a great piece. If you'd like to donate a little bit, I'm sure he'd be happy. He tried calling me, forgive me for everybody, my phone was going off. He tried calling me during the meeting because he was not able to make it and wanted to talk about this, but I said I would bring it up on his behalf.
Okay.
Would this be a motion or just direction?
I think it would be direction because we're really not, well, no, if it's an additional allocation of $10,000, I think we have to have a motion for that and the paint because they're not in the budget.
Right.
Mhm. Oh, well, so moved then. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
Failing. It's my age.
I'll second it.
Trustee Barella, can you clarify what the amount that you're
Sorry, an additional potential of $10,000 for mag chloride and paint. We're gonna put it maybe in the, I don't know, $2,000 region at the
And did you
most.
want to say mag chloride and watering?
Yeah, mag chloride and
Okay,
watering.
okay.
I'm sorry.
No, yes, you're fine.
Have a second by Trustee George?
Yes, yeah.
Clerk, please roll call, please.
Trustee Barella?
Yes.
Trustee Parker?
Yes.
Trustee Wager?
Yes.
Trustee Birma?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Cummings?
Yes. Great, thank you, everybody. And Eric, I don't think this was, fleshing out with the task force of a full, lowest overhead, lowest cost option. Those.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks for all your work, Eric.
Thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
Thank you for waiting this out too.
Staying here so late.
Let's not forget that Coveco and I can't think of the names at the moment. I'm tired. Stay the Trail has offered to help with printed material, educational material, things that can go on a website for all of the education and safety course training that's listed here.
There are many things that we can use other partners, and I think that we have to go ahead and do that as long as it's not costing the town.
Because it's not costing them anything.
Okay, the next is Todd. What's that?
Bathrooms.
Yep. Todd, are you still with us?
Oh, bathrooms for the, yeah.
Todd, I want you to go ahead and present.
Sure. So I'll try and be as respectful of everyone's time as I can. Planning efforts and staff really started looking at this project back in the spring of 2018. Really critical town facilities, potentially our most heavily used facilities. If you haven't spent a lot of time over at Columbine Park, it really does see, especially when the train is running, quite a bit of visitorship. Over the last few years, we've been trying to do improvements as best we can. Very thankful to Mike Garyak, who spoke earlier, for building the band shell over there. And we've kind of already begun over the last few years revitalizing the park there. In the fall, I believe, of 2019, the old town hall was demolished after being, disassembled. After bringing in some historic preservation specialists, discussing it with CIRSA, our insurance provider, bringing in architects, it basically wasn't feasible to save that building. So we have a vacant lot over there. I think the intention here would be to get a sense from the trustees as far as funding consideration for the town to either pay out of the general fund or get a loan from Citizens State Bank to move this project forward. The major driving factor behind this project is really that these facilities are slowly failing and have been for years. We've kind of put a lot of Band-Aids on them, at least in my time with the town. And I think it's a really wonderful project. We've been through quite a few processes in regard to this project. We had a community forum back in 2019 where we invited the community out to come get some information, make some suggestions, really get their feedback. There was a survey distributed. Also, we had about 100 respondents from the community. It was done in July, kind of at peak season when a lot of residents are here. If I recall correctly, it was about 98% support of the project. And I think we're at a really interesting time here for this consideration because we have an opportunity here to potentially leverage funds committed by the trustees to apply for a CDOT Revitalizing Main Streets grant that, if I'm not mistaken, is due on May 14th.
May 14th.
And those funds could potentially be leveraged. Our commitment to the funds for the Blair Street Revitalization Project would be inclusive of the restroom, but also potentially sidewalk improvements, drainage, and street lighting, which was a collaborative process, I believe 2 years ago with the Blair Street Historic District Association. Again, pretty thorough public process and input. John Seitz may be able to speak a little more about those construction documents, but that project is essentially shovel ready. The commitment of funds, if the board decides to go in that direction, would be initially used to purchase or get construction documents. We've done some renderings of Columbine Park. These would be engineered formal construction documents. In that interim, while those documents are kind of being refined and we're, I imagine, going through a little more public processes as far as dialing in exactly what the park is going to look like, that money will somewhat be sitting idle, and we could use it as a match between now and September to potentially fund the larger Blair Street revitalization project. So I'd like to look at this as a large project if possible, and really that kind of complete package for Blair Street. So with that, I do have some information from Citizens State Bank. Bill McDougall reached out on our behalf. The numbers really work out to 3.5% fixed for 5 years, a 20-year amortization, and we'd be looking at borrowing $350,000. Total project cost, I believe, is $451,639. That estimate was developed with myself, Bill McDougall, John Seitz, John Ryder, and has also built into it, the current price of materials, because we know that materials are running a little high right now. So we do feel that this is a pretty good estimate. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding the project. I think staff feels pretty well versed in this project because we've worked on it for quite a while, and it is really a top priority for my department, and I think all of staff, because these are, in many ways, it's an introduction to our community, especially for train guests. It's on the OHV route. I think we've all, Mayor Furman, did you have?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you, just in the interest of getting through as much as possible. I saw Trustee Burrell with their hand up, and I saw Mayor Pro Tem Barney with their hand up.
I totally forgot. I lost my train of thought. Whatever.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney and then Trustee Bierman.
I think you were first.
Good, I'll be really fast. I support it. I feel like it's a long time coming. And whatever is best way to fund it, I, would defer to the staff.
Let me tell you what's being proposed, and Todd, correct me if I'm off here. What's being proposed is that we use $150,000 in cash and ask the trustees to vote on going into a lease purchase with the bank for the rest of the funds. That puts us up into, Todd, can you give me the number? I know there's a lot of in-kind. Can you give me the exact number that would go into a lease purchase option?
I believe the numbers we got from citizens was to borrow 350. The actual estimate for the complete project is 525,000, 73 of which is in kind. So the actual project cost out of pocket would be $451,639.
$150,000 that we would use out of the general fund. $350,000 on a lease purchase, that would be approximately $2,000 a month. That would be used then by staff to write a grant. That would be leveraged, attempted to be leveraged to write a grant that's due on May 14th for streetscapes with CDOT to establish or to go ahead and go through with the Blair Street construction documents that have been put together for the streetscape of Blair Street.
That's a full $1 million project.
That's more than $1 million. It's more like, what's the number, Todd?
The total project cost, John Seitz and I have estimated at 1.7. Our contribution would be the money we're putting in for the restrooms.
So just to clarify in numbers, we're talking about $150,000 that we contribute plus taking on a loan obligation, but leveraging that to do a $1.7 million project?
That's what's being suggested right now.
And what's the likelihood of getting that grant? And so that grant would be for $1.2 million.
Correct. $1.2 million. There's about $44 million in this grant program, mainly resulting from the last round of stimulus infrastructure improvements.
Can we make our approval of this project contingent on, like, can we make the spending of this money contingent on getting the grant, or do we have to go past the point of no return before we know if we get the grant or not?
Depends on the loan structure, doesn't it?
Like, could we vote on this and say, to the extent we get the grant, this money is allocated and we'll apply for the loan, and if we don't get the grant, we hold, or is that not possible?
Well, the question is do you all want the bathrooms?
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree with that. I think we need to go forward with the bathrooms no matter what.
Okay.
And if we can roll this in with the Blair Street revitalization and leverage that money, then it's just gonna help promote that project and get it rolling that much faster.
So-
I think it's a great idea if we can secure the funds, which sounds like they're available right now.
So are you, Trustee Wager, just to be clear, are you comfortable with the bathrooms with the full build out of the, and borrowing the money for the 450 that we're looking at?
Yeah, I think Todd's been on this for quite a few years now, and I've been in full support the whole time. We just have had a hard time getting the funding, and we've tried numerous times for the GoCo and just hasn't worked out. And I think this is a solution given our financial position right now.
Oh, I remember my question. it was because of the bathrooms that GoCo was kicking us out. And then they changed their criteria since then. Can you elaborate just a little bit?
Sure, I'd be happy to, and that's a great question. So in my initial conversations with GoCo, buildings and facilities are always a bit of a stretch. They're hard to procure funding for, and GoCo grant cycles have become incredibly competitive. They're only funding somewhere between 12 and 15% of projects. So we've applied through 2 rounds of GoCo grants through their LPOR, local outdoor parks and recreation grants. Both have scored very well and been recommended for funding, but they haven't been funded. And the feedback we generally get is because it's really facility driven, and it's not a complete recreation project. It's more of an infrastructure project. So even though we've scored well, unfortunately, we haven't been awarded a grant. And GoCo has restructured now where they're really shifting their priorities towards land conservation and COVID related in at least the next foreseeable future.
Thank you.
Question. So Administrator Edwards, you think that $150,000 of cash and $500,000 ish of capital, of the things that are pressing in the community, this one's the top one?
I think that, as Trustee Weigert said, is what staff has said, we've been looking for bathrooms for a long time. We need bathrooms in this community to serve the public. And we might as well do this right. We can do a lease purchase. We're talking about 150,000. I believe, based upon the numbers that I presented you earlier, that we could probably invest $500,000 into this community right now, whether it be leveraging or anything else, and we would be okay as far as our reserves. Our general fund is sitting plus or minus around 1.1 million right now. And last year at this time, it was 700,000, and we have more money coming in and things are going up. Now we have plenty in a rainy day of the $180,000 that I talked about earlier, and we have $50,000 somewhere else. This is an opportunity to the trustees to be able to go ahead. The plans are in place, and this is an opportunity for you to do what needed to be done anyway. I mean, I trust Trustee Weigert has identified that this has been a long time coming, right?
Yeah, I mean, Todd can speak to that. How many years have you been working on this, Todd? 3 or 4?
It will be 4 years, April 1st.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm with Jordan, with Trustee Bierma. I think this is a great project, and everybody, I think this is a great project. I totally am on board. I think it's an awesome way. I loved what Mike Garyak said about just being able to support Blair Street in a way that they literally get dusted when it comes to stuff like this sometimes. And my question, and I don't want this to derail, so it's fine. I support what the funding that you recommend, but I was just thinking about the MOLIS fund and that it has a lot of money in it. And I didn't know if it would be cheaper for us to like take a loan from ourselves instead of paying the 3.5% to the bank and paying back our MOLIS fund, or using that funding somehow, or using that to leverage just because of the connection to the park.
I think there's some other funds that we can look at in the next few months ahead. I think there needs to be some investment on the deck at Kendall, and there's also needs to be an investment in MOLIS generally. My suggestion is that bathroom, it's been 40 years. My suggestion is that you invest, you don't use all your funds to invest in that thoroughly right now, that you use those funds to take care of your visitor center, your other assets that you have, and go ahead and you do a lease purchase on the bathrooms right now. And that way you have money to do the other improvements inside the community that you want. And I say improvements, I'm just talking about maintaining your assets.
Yeah, and it's been my experience. I've written several grants for the ambulance recently, but if GoCo has turned or restructured their grant process to include COVID funds, the bathroom certainly fits into that, because people's ability to wash up and things like that hopefully will, make us more eligible for that grant money. So if we could turn $500 or $650,000 into a $1.7 million grant based on that, then I think that we should do that.
Do I hear a motion? Did you want to say something, Todd? Sorry.
I just wanted to clarify for Trustee George, the grant that we're interested in pursuing is through CDOT Revitalizing Main Street.
Oh, okay. So, and the one previously was the GoCo grant that wasn't available.
Correct.
Okay.
This grant opportunity with CDOT really just presented itself in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So it seems, my opinion is this is an opportunity where I think we were considering investing in the restrooms anyway. And if the board decides to go in that direction and the money is going to sit idle until construction begins in September, we might as well be aggressive and try and leverage it and maximize it in any way we possibly can. And I think that's staff's intention.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
It sounds like not only is this staff's recommendation, but the board is generally favorable. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make.
Second.
Let's be clear. Do I hear a motion to approve the funding of Columbine Park construction as detailed in our packet, and allocating $150,000 towards a sale leaseback? What are we calling this?
We're asking for being asked for is $150,000 allocation out of the general fund and a authorization for the town to enter into a lease purchase option for, is it 350, Todd? I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front.
Correct, it is 350.
$350,000.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Clerk, please roll call, please.
Trustee Guerrero?
Yes.
Trustee Harper?
Yes.
Trustee White?
Yes.
Trustee Graham?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Barney?
Yes.
Mayor Plummer?
Yes,
Okay, we have to do the consent agenda.
we do.
Have to.
What do you want to prioritize?
We're gonna put off the planning, right? I mean, unless the board tells me we're gonna put off the planning and get the consent agenda, whatever you, I mean, I'm gonna go with.
Could I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Is there opposition to hiring a consulting firm to support Planner Adair, who I think is really overworked? If there is opposition, we'll postpone. If there is an opposition.
Does she want this firm?
Yeah, yes, she's been meeting with them and Paul Kosnick. Paul Kosnick, and she would be working with Paul Kosnick because he already has been working with them. And Gabe Preston. And so the idea would be, we would be asking DOLA for a $15,000 matching grant. So we would be asking to use $15,000.
Is that within the budgetary requirement that we put in for an assistant planner to begin with? Or did we, I don't even remember if we moved that number.
We're halfway through the year. How much did we have, Lisa, allocated for help with you for planning this year?
24.
My suggestion is let's use that and then let's come back if she hires somebody to help her this summer.
No opposition.
None.
Lisa, do you like these people? What your opinion?
Thanks, Jeff. It's the Trustee Harper.
It's important. You're right.
Do you think this would be a value, Lisa?
Yes, this company has worked in this community before, and it was recommended by Willie Tukey, who knows a lot about codes and consultants. And I feel like they would be a benefit. I feel like they'll get our codes fixed up, our town codes fixed up a lot faster than I will be able to do by myself. And so that's going to be a benefit to the town.
You feel comfortable working with them?
I think that they know a lot more about code rewriting than I do. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and Trustee Barella, you did ask us to look at other options. Sorry, Trustee Harper. Trustee Barella, you did ask us to look at other options and best and brightest This is all we could find for right now, best and brightest of the past. I just wanted to make sure.
We were exploring everything that was out there and available to us.
So do I hear a motion to approve the hiring of a consultant to work with our planner and tabling the planning assistant discussion to the next meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Wait,
And to use those money, the monies that we would allocate right now for a DOLA grant. It's more than what, yeah.
Still so moved.
Still second.
clerk, please roll call, please.
Trustee Burrow.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Absolutely.
Trustee Ryder.
Yes.
Trustee Fairwell.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Condon.
Yes. So now approval of consent agenda items. Are there any questions or issues related to the consent agenda that we need to pull out? If not, and keeping in mind that this is the consent agenda as amended at the beginning of the meeting to include the approval of the flyover for Memorial Day and July 4th as requested by Ray Dalio.
I move to accept the consent agenda, including the addition.
Okay, trustee Harper seconds. Thank you. Clerk, please roll call, please.
Trustee Burrow.
Yes.
Trustee Harper.
Yes.
Trustee Ryder.
Yes.
Trustee Fairwell.
Yes.
Trustee George.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Martin.
Yes.
Mayor Condon.
Yes. So with 6 minutes to go, Administrator Edwards, is there, what do we have one item left, I guess, and otherwise everything else will be tabled. What would you like to prioritize? I think the attorney search process is going to be longer than a 6-minute conversation.
The trustee Freeze, excuse me, Clerk Freeze will email you all tomorrow her ideas on how to manage that and give you that so we can get that moving without having to go back in, just starting to prioritize. On
The
the
attorney application process.
on the attorney application process.
That's what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Staff reports, is there anything that we didn't cover tonight that's super?
I think let them be as they are.
Okay, committee reports or trustee reports, are there any items that are?
90% was discussed during
You
your.
guys don't want me to talk about Kendall again?
No.
I have one pretty relevant trustee report, just because I think this could turn into a rumor that I'd like to address ahead of time, which is Brainstorm is filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. That's a reorganization, not a shutdown. The explanation given to me is that CenturyLink became deregulated a few months ago, and they increased their rates to Brainstorm anywhere from 400 to 1,000%. And so they're reorganizing in order to afford to keep going forward, but they have every intention. I talked to Sid this morning, and they are still planning to run fiber throughout the whole town. That may still happen this summer. It sounds like it's not any reason to be alarmed about our continued service.
Okay, we need to open it back up to public comment.
Job search. Job search. Going to be the update on here for the following meeting and moving to public comment. If any public who managed to bear with us for the entire evening is still there, you can speak now. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please introduce yourself. I see one comment. Jane is on the name. You could just provide your first, last name. If you unmute yourself, the floor is yours. So I just see the name Jane. I think we put them to sleep.
So I want to make an apology, particularly to Trustee Weigert. I told you I try not to stack and do this to you. We did get a lot done today, and I apologize for the time.
Apologies, it's not necessary, but I do like the idea that we have a firm cutoff date on these meetings.
Okay.
Especially when we have town staff attending, we'll have work to do tomorrow. So, Thank you.
So we'll officially close public comment. This meeting is adjourned. We'll see everybody on April 26th. Thank you for bearing with us.
And thanks for getting this room set up to the Zoom. It's awesome. Yeah.